Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And if you're in the Arab region, the Middle East, the Islamic world, or somewhere beyond or nearer, it may well be good afternoon to you or good evening. And if you're perhaps in East Asia, Tokyo, yesterday we had a representative in Omani who's been a visiting professor there. It could be even past midnight very soon. As with the previous 2 days, what are we doing? We're trying to focus on a series of questions that are not just rhetorical or academic. They have to do with matters pertaining to life and death. They have to do with people's quest for modernization and development. We have to deal with issues pertaining to security and stability and how those are interlinked and make possible the quest for peace. And the three of them linked together, security, stability, and peace, is absolutely essential and vital to having present, near-term, longer-term lives of prosperity and material well-being for ourselves and for our children, for our family. We ask the W questions: what needs to be done? Why does it need to be done? Who needs to do it? When does it need to be done? Where will we be if we do it or not do it? And when do we have to do this? And sometimes another W question, and that is whether something needs to be done. The adage, if something is not broken, then you're probably better off and wiser not to try to fix it. You may indeed make it broken. But the most difficult of all questions for policymakers and decision makers and those who are advising them start with H. And these are how questions. How would one do this? How? Because the answer to a how question in matters of policy and official positions, as well as a country's and its governmental representatives' attitudes towards an issue or a challenge, or what they are about to undertake or stop undertaking in the realm of an activity. There are no yes or no answers to how questions. So these are the most vexing of all of the questions put to our leaders and our more trusted appointed officials, as well as those who are elected. We have a star-studded cast of leaders and foreign affairs practitioners who will help us zero in on a number of these questions, many of which have no answers, have no difficult answers yet. There's still an immense realm of uncertainty here, abroad. When I say here, I mean the nation's capital of the United States of America, and in the capitals of all of our friends, all of our allies, all of our strategic working partners. So this is the only gathering of its kind annually now into its 29th year, headed by, organized, recruited by, administered, conducted by the National Council on U.S.-Arab Relations, which I'm fortunate, privileged, honored to be the founder, as well as the chief executive officer. This is my 67th year of trying to understand the region. Actually, my 57th year of trying to understand the region. From the beginning till the present, it's always been like being a student in a university from which there's no possible graduation. Only on the best of days do we manage to merit an incomplete. And this is the appropriate approach to these matters today with our next two speakers who are interlinked in the challenges that are being faced in the Arab region on one hand, and in the world beyond the Arab region, the Middle East and the Islamic world, inclusive of, but not exclusive to, the United States of America. We have to bring us to the forefront on this, Her Excellency Dina Kouar. She is the ambassador of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan to the United States of America. Ambassador Kouar has been her country's chief representative on the diplomatic front to the United States for the last 4 years and 4 months. She presented her credentials in June of 2016, straight through from then to the present. Before that, she was Jordan's permanent representative to the United Nations in New York. And she is the first Arab woman ever to have presided over the United Nations Security Council. The council is comprised of 15 countries, 5 of them permanent, of which the United States is one of the 5, the other 4 being France, Great Britain, China, and Russia. And the other 10 countries that make up the total of 15 are without a veto, such as the permanent 5 have, and they rotate. But the president of the Security Council comes from one of those 15 countries that meet, collaborate, choreograph, concert their actions to try to advance the causes of peace and prevent the causes of war. Now, Her Excellency, during her time with the United Nations and elsewhere, because before she was Jordan's ambassador to France for more than a decade, and in that capacity dealing with UNESCO, the United Nations educational institution that deals with social and cultural affairs. And during that period, of course, she had to deal with matters pertaining to migrants, to refugees. These are issues of enormous importance to the United States and virtually every country in the world. Every country speaks of being compassionate about refugees and migrants, people who've been torn from their ancestral homelands, and people who have been spirited out of their country and to another country, as happened when the United States invaded Iraq in March 19, 2003. 1.3 million immediately went to Syria, and several 100,000 went to Jordan. And in each and every case, none of them with a visa. Ponder the implications of that. Everyone coming into the United States has to have a visa. But family is family. Kinfolk is kinfolk. One's clan, one's sense of justice, one's sense of compassion and passion for the less fortunate came into play there with Jordan at the tip of the spear, which already has had more experience than any other single Arab country in dealing with issues pertaining to refugees, starting with the first wave of Palestinian refugees to Jordan after and during the 1948-49 first Arab-Israeli conflict. Then again in 1967, and then yet again since the various Palestinian uprisings against the illegal, unjust, in violation of the United Nations Security Council's charter having to do with Palestine. So Her Excellency brings more than just diplomatic credentials to the table. She's a graduate of Mills College in Oakland, California. For her undergraduate degree, Mills College is where we've had a number of programs over the year. It's one of the most outstanding women's centric, although men now can attend it, universities or institutions of higher education I've ever been privileged to visit and to have programs with. Perhaps Her Excellency had something to do with the outstanding sterling quality of the women students and graduates there. She also has a graduate degree from Columbia University. Uh, Please join me in welcoming Her Excellency Dina Kawar, one of the most outstanding diplomats ever to grace the stage, representing a key American Arab friend, Arab ally, Arab partner, Madam Ambassador.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Anthony, for all your kind remarks. I'm really touched and privileged to be with you, and privileged to present our great general today. So allow me to say a few words first on our bilateral relations and to address all the excellencies and guests and ladies and gentlemen who are with us today. And I would like to also thank the National Council on U.S.-Arab Relations for hosting such a timely and important conference. And I would be amiss not to mention Pat also for helping in organizing this. I have the honor to introduce our speaker this morning, General Kenneth McKenzie. General, congratulations on completing a year and a half as commander of CENTCOM, and what a year and a half they have been. Throughout this year, you have led the great men and women of CENTCOM through an unprecedented global pandemic, ensuring the safety of the troops while also working tirelessly to ensure the region and the world are more secure and peaceful. For that, we thank you, and we know the challenges that come with the pandemic and the Army. Even before the pandemic, a little over a year ago, you were the operational commander leading the mission which successfully resulted in neutralizing Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, also another win, one of the many victories in a war to which Jordan participates and against Daesh, among many other countries in the region. And we know the difficulty of that. So General McKenzie can be the first to tell us that working on counterterrorism requires constant vigilance and coordination. We have had the pleasure of hosting you, General, in Jordan on occasion. And we proudly host hundreds of US service members which assist in training local forces and work alongside them to counter violent extremism and terrorism. Currently, while groups such as Daesh seek to take advantage of COVID-19, our strong partnership has allowed us to be ahead of the curve. Our troops remain focused, training shoulder to shoulder on a broad range of issues. A few weeks ago, for example, US Army soldiers and experts in the Jordanian Royal Medical Services completed an exchange focused on sharing COVID-19 emergency responses. Some months ago, before that, US Army soldiers certified 31 Jordanian Armed Forces officers who had successfully completed the Jordan Operational Engagement Program, one of the largest training programs funded by the US Department of Defense. In fact, our attaché military department is as big as our embassy, and this is to show how much importance we put on our cooperation on military issues. We have also cooperated in another critical area, a plan for refugees displaced by the Syrian civil war. And Dr. Anthony, you mentioned a few hundred thousands. In fact, the census go to 1.3 million between those who are registered, around 630,000 with the UN, but there are the numbers of Syrian who came to Jordan and have stayed is about 1.3, which is almost 10% of our population, not to mention the other refugee status who are in Jordan, and that comes up to 20% of our population. I know that for CENTCOM, this has been a high priority to help us with the refugee issue, and it remains one of Jordan's highest priorities while we continue to host that much number of Syrian brothers and sisters displaced by the war. Since the beginning, His Majesty had directed the government to keep the borders open and to share our resources. It has put pressure on our already strained sectors, as you mentioned, Dr. Anthony. We know that mitigating this humanitarian crisis is of utmost importance to the region's stability and to the future generations of Syrians who are in Jordan. Never forget that right now, there's a whole new generation that is growing up in Jordan. General McKenzie, thank you for having been a great friend to Jordan. We have been and would remain a rock-solid partner to the United States and an anchor of stability and security in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce our speaker of this morning, though he does not need to be introduced, that we know, but a few words just to before giving him the floor. General Kenneth McKenzie, who is a native of Birmingham, Alabama, is a state I have not yet visited. It was on my bucket list for this year, but maybe it will go for next year. He has had a distinguished career both as a field commander and as a military thinker and planner. He has led Marine expeditionary units in Afghanistan and Iraq, and has held senior strategy and planning positions both in Central Command and in the Pentagon. He has served as the commander of CENTCOM since March 2019. Without further ado, allow me to conclude with these words from His Majesty King Abdullah, who often remarks, our chances of success increase exponentially when we work together. General, you have the highest regards and esteem of His Majesty, who is looking forward for your next visit to Jordan. Thank you, and please join me in welcoming General McKenzie. The floor is yours.
Ambassador Kaur, thank you for that kind introduction. And I deeply appreciate the close relationship our countries, and particularly our militaries, have. I think I speak for many in the United States, Jordan, and across the Middle East. We're actually fortunate your curiosity about the world turned you away from a degree in biology and toward international relations. I think we all benefit by that decision. Dr. Anthony, distinguished guests and friends of the Council, thank you for inviting me to speak today at the 29th Annual United States Arab Policy Conference. I applaud this organization for sponsoring the conference in a virtual format this year. It would have been easy to cancel it altogether due to the ongoing coronavirus pandemic, but this is a crucial time in history, especially across the Middle East, and continuing the discussions and broadening our collective understanding of the challenges and opportunities that surround us all help us plot a meaningful way forward for everyone. Last year, when I addressed this audience in person, I spoke about the implementation of the United States National Defense Strategy, what it meant to global security, and the potential impacts it might have on our posture in the Middle East, specifically in the United States Central Command area of responsibility. I also spoke at length about why CENTCOM needed to remain engaged with our partners in the Middle East in support of the National Defense Strategy. Today, I'd like to pick up where I left off a year ago, provide some context on key issues, and give you an update on United States military posture in the region. Now, I'm going to start by highlighting what I believe are two of the top interests from the United States national security standpoint: maintaining stability in the region and eliminating the threat of terrorism against our homeland, as well as threats to our friends and allies. First, let's turn our attention to the issue of maintaining stability. Well, there was once a time the argument used to be that the only reason the United States was in the Middle East was because we needed the oil. If you look at the facts today, the United States has significantly reduced its dependence on Middle East oil. In fact, we've become a net exporter. While we have reduced our dependence on Middle East oil, there's no doubt that the price of oil is dependent on a secure global supply. And since more than a third of the world's sea-traded oil transits the Strait of Hormuz every day, it's in the world's interest, not just the United States, to ensure that freedom of navigation is maintained and that oil and other commerce can move freely throughout the region to sustain its healthy and necessary global cycle of production, trade, and consumption. This cycle is absolutely critical to maintaining economic and political stability in the Middle East. But there is and has been a long-standing threat to this stability, and it emanates from Iran. For more than 40 years, the Iranian regime has defied international norms by conducting malign activities which destabilize not only its neighbors in the region, but global security and commerce as well, all for its own hegemonic purposes. This is not just opinion, it is observable fact, impartially documented in the UN Secretary General's latest report on implementing Security Council Resolution 2231. That report found that Iran continues to use its arsenal of conventional weapons to destabilize the Middle East and foment sectarian violence and terrorism across the region. For decades, the Iranian regime has funded and supported terrorism and terrorist organizations. Today, it is actively propping up the murderous Assad regime, providing advanced weapons to the Houthis in Yemen in a proxy war against Saudi Arabia. It has launched direct and indirect attacks on international oil tankers in the Strait of Hormuz, and it conducted a remarkably brazen state-on-state attack on the Aramco refineries in Saudi Arabia. I noted all of these destabilizing actions by Iran when I spoke with you last year. And not only have they continued, but they've increased in scope and severity. Shortly after I spoke with this group last November, Iran launched a ballistic missile attack against coalition bases in Erbil and al-Assad, Iraq. And over the past year, Iranian-aligned proxies in Iraq have conducted more than 50 rocket attacks on coalition bases, as well as our embassy in Baghdad, and more than 90 attacks on coalition logistics convoys. In short, Iran is using Iraq as its proxy battleground against the United States, with Iran's ultimate objective being to eject the United States and our forces from Iraq and the broader Middle East. And unfortunately, Iran continues these activities to the detriment of its own people. Over time, the Iranian regime has spent and continues to spend a great portion of the country's wealth and prosperity on instruments of instability and on proxies. Indeed, even during the coronavirus pandemic, the Iranian regime has gone to great lengths to ensure its core military capabilities remain intact, while the Iranian people suffer some of the worst COVID conditions in the world. Which brings us up to today. Right now, we're in a period of what I call contested deterrence with Iran. Let me explain what I mean by the term contested deterrence. As most of you know, the United States developed a whole of government approach led by the Department of State that employs diplomatic and economic means to convince the Iranian regime to do a variety of things: renounce its nuclear ambition, cease work on ballistic missile production, and cease exporting terror. That United States approach is known as the maximum pressure campaign. Now, it's very important to note there's no military component to the maximum pressure campaign. There's none. It is strictly a diplomatic and an economic approach. But Iran's lack of effective diplomatic or economic levers to counter the United States maximum pressure campaign has caused it to pursue overt and covert, or stated otherwise, direct or indirect, military action against the United States and our partners to counter our diplomatic and economic pressure. The Iranian regime's strategy seeks to undermine international and regional support for United States policies with attacks and threats against the United States interests and those of our partners and allies. Many of those attacks I mentioned previously. Our presence in the region sends a clear and unambiguous signal of our capabilities and, most importantly, the will to defend partners and United States national interests. This exemplifies the concept of deterrence, which is defined as the diplomatic and political construct obtained from the effect demonstrated capabilities have on the mind of a potential opponent. Today, I believe Iran has been largely deterred because the regime now understands we possess both the capability and the will to respond. And while we have clearly and repeatedly stated we do not want a war with Iran, and I will state that again today, the regime knows that we can bring significant forces to bear should we be pushed into that position. And while it's possible that Iran could control the early steps of escalation in those circumstances, it is also abundantly clear who would control the final steps of that escalation. This brings me full circle to my point about deterrence. I believe the Iranian regime recognizes if they get into an escalatory spiral with the United States, it will not end well for them because we have demonstrated the will to act forcefully if necessary to safeguard our interests. And so that's why we've seen a recent decline in these tensions at sea and attacks against us in Iraq and in other places. Let me be clear though, while periods of decreased tension may provide the illusion of a return to normalcy, there is no question of the Iranian regime's desire to continue malign operations that threaten lives, disrupt the internal matters of sovereign nations, and threaten freedom of navigation, regional commerce, global energy supplies, and the global economy. Perhaps most important, though, is the regime's aspirational goal to eject the United States from Iraq. One of the reasons the Iranian regime paused its attacks against us was based on the hope that we would be asked to leave Iraq through the government of Iraq's political processes. And despite intense pressure from Iran's supporters and allies in Iraq, the government of Iraq has clearly indicated it wants to maintain its partnership with the United States and coalition forces as we continue and finish the fight against ISIS. Because the government of Iraq knows, as I know, that ISIS continues to pose a real threat. While ISIS no longer controls territory, a recent estimate by the United Nations reported as many as 10,000 ISIS fighters still remain in Iraq and Syria, and they still have the capability to carry out attacks and sow instability and fear in the country. I believe the strategic dialogue between the United States and Iraq earlier this summer helped us develop a mutual understanding and vision for the future of Iraq and how we can help Iraq's leaders achieve that vision. And this really leads into the second point of interest I spoke of at the outset, eliminating the threat of terrorism against our homeland and also against our friends and allies. We're all familiar with the terrorist attacks on the United States in 2001. But even before that, attacks emanated from this region against the United States homeland. Over the past decade, there has been a substantial decline in the number and severity of these types of attacks. That's the result of relentless pressure. That's the result of unceasing overwatch. And it's the result of a lot of activities and efforts by the men and women of United States Central Command, our national capabilities, and those of our partners and allies. I will tell you, in the fight against ISIS, the Iraqi security forces, also known as the ISF, have made great strides. And that is due in large part to the global ISIS coalition's investment in training and equipping thousands of troops in Iraq and Syria, with many of those units now acting independently, with coalition forces providing only advisory and enabling support. In fact, the progress of the Iraqi security forces have allowed the United States to reduce force posture in Iraq. We have closed several bases and turned them over to Iraqi control, and we're moving forward with the president's decision to reduce our forces in Iraq to 2,500. Given ISIS' demonstrated tenacity and ability to reconstitute, we will retain a vigilant focus on the de-ISIS mission, understanding that territorial defeat of ISIS does not mean the organization's complete elimination. ISIS is a learning, adaptable, and committed violent extremist organization. It has, to a large degree, gone to ground with the goals of, first, maintaining a global cyber presence, and second, of building and retaining a small cellular structure which allows ISIS to carry out local attacks. Because its ultimate aspiration is to reestablish the physical caliphate, that remains a critical part of ISIS ideology. The pressure that we've been able to apply to ISIS in Syria, alongside our Syrian Democratic Forces, or SDF, partners up and down the Euphrates River Valley, and in Iraq, working with the ISF, we've been able to prevent ISIS from realizing its dreams of conducting external attacks. The years ahead will not be free of violence. Attacks may continue in the form of an insurgency, but our goal is to continue to develop and enable the ability of the ISF to contain and defeat ISIS without external assistance. And I believe we're on the correct path to that desired end state. From a global perspective, I firmly believe there will never be a time when ISIS, or whatever follows ISIS, is going to be completely absent from the world stage. Even the brightest possible future will not be a bloodless future, but it can be a future in which local security forces are able to contain those extremist forces and groups without significant external help. There are other terrorist organizations that operate in the shadows and the ungoverned spaces in the region besides ISIS. There's an Al-Qaeda element out in northwest Syria in the pocket around Idlib that also maintains an aspirational desire to generate external attacks. There are also VEO pockets, violent extremist organization pockets, down in the Arabian Peninsula, which think globally and want to inspire action against us and our allies. In fact, the last actual attack against the United States was generated by Al-Qaeda coming out of the Arabian Peninsula, an entity we know as AQAP, Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula. They are down now, but if we are unable to maintain constant pressure on them, they could achieve a resurgence. We look at these violent extremist organizations as falling into categories of increasing involvement. They either inspire action, enable action, or direct action. Today, they're relatively limited to inspiring action, typically via cyber radicalization of people around the world who then are motivated to go out and conduct lone wolf attacks. That's easier for the VEO, the violent extremist organization. It entails less risk, and it's generally harder for us to stop. And while they would like to enable or direct attacks, these are more difficult and hold greater risk because the mechanisms for the transfer of funds, for the transfer and movement of people, and things, all the things associated with that, are easier for us to monitor, attribute, and sometimes interdict. But it remains a core aspirational goal of ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and their respective offshoots to renew their connective tissue through the Middle East, Sub-Saharan Africa, out into the Southwest Pacific, and into other areas. One of the key things we try to do in CENTCOM, and in conjunction with the United States Special Operations Command and the Global Coalition, is to try to prevent the reestablishment of that connective tissue. Again, we're not going to get to perfection on this. And I suspect no matter how active we are, there's always going to be potential for cyber radicalization, the inspiring action, if you will. While that will always remain a threat, what we want to focus on is preventing the organized, enabling, or detailed planning. Because when you're running for your life up and down the Euphrates River Valley, listening to the noise of an armed MQ-9 drone overhead, it's hard to think about conducting attack planning against Detroit. So we maintain strong, vigorous efforts against those terrorist organizations because we know they retain the aspiration to attack the United States and our allies. And it is only the result of direct, relentless pressure that prevents them the capability or opportunity to do that. Now, I can tell you that while maintaining that tactical military pressure is crucial, there is a larger strategic problem that cannot be addressed or solved by military means, and it requires the international community to solve. And that is the repatriation of foreign fighters and accounting for the internally displaced persons, IDPs, and refugees who remain at risk across the theater as an unfortunate byproduct of those conflicts. And the ambassador spoke very eloquently about that just a few moments ago. Today, across vast swaths of Syria and Iraq, the systemic indoctrination of IDP and refugee camp populations who are hostage to the receipt of ISIS ideology is an alarming development with potentially generational implications. Unless the international community finds a way to repatriate, reintegrate into home communities, and support locally grown reconciliation programming of these people, many of whom have been living in challenging circumstances, displaced from their homes with little economic opportunity, we are buying ourselves a strategic problem 10 years down the road when these children grow up radicalized. If we don't address this now, we're never really going to defeat ISIS. The ideology will continue well into the next generation, and we're going to have to do this all over again. That's a prospect I'm not comfortable with. This is a hard problem, one that requires cooperation among diplomatic, security, and humanitarian channels. There's no known successful methodology of de-radicalization for hardcore ISIS believers, at least not at scale. And this radicalized population currently numbers in the thousands and preys on the disenfranchised and weak IDP and refugee populations who are already highly susceptible to extremist indoctrination. The longer IDPs and refugees remain displaced, the more likely they are to be influenced by malign actors. While there is no security solution for de-radicalization, military and local security forces can help set the conditions for stability and security necessary for these populations to return to their home communities and begin the process of regaining power over their own lives. But the sheer number and humanitarian needs of IDPs and refugees presents a challenge to the timeline along which necessary levels of long-term stabilization can take root. For the radicalized populations, I believe that any sort of de-radicalization solution needs to be embedded in the culture. It can't be a Western solution. It needs to be a local solution supported by local governments, organizations, and communities from which the radicalized individuals come from. They're the best place to support and reintegrate individuals into these societies. One thing is clear. These are tough global problems that require global resources channeled toward regional and local solutions. These issues will not go away by ignoring them. They have to be addressed head on by the international community, and we have to work together, accepting our shared responsibilities. So I just wanted to spend a moment talking to you about two key issues, and I've outlined them, that we're working through right now at U.S. Central Command. Stability in the Middle East by deterring Iran and addressing the threat of terrorism against the homeland and our allies. We know we don't have the answers to all these problems. And as we prosecute these missions, we remain thankful for the depth and breadth of our partnerships across the Middle East and respectful of the contributions that all have made as we address these issues together. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak this morning.
Thank you, General. As usual, you're able to cover a broad waterfront. Many who have served, many who are thinking of serving, many at the present time who are partners with you amongst the Allied coalition, look to you for guidance, for benefit, for focus, for emphasis, for priorities. And priorities, many would agree, are as important, if not more important than any other issue. If we have different priorities or conflicting ones or confusing ones, the likelihood of being effective or appropriate or adequate to the needs, and you have announced and pronounced our needs, our concerns, interest, and you've emphasized that these are legitimate needs, legitimate concerns, legitimate interests, and how these fuse into the focus of our foreign relations and our foreign policy goals, and how we handle these matters of concerns and needs and interests will drive and determine much in terms of the quality of our response to the challenges, and also not just the response, but the initiation, the innovation, the creation of new ways to solve or resolve and address ongoing global systemic structural problems. We're fortunate to have someone like you in the command. We remember the days, if one is old enough, in the late 1970s, when the seeds of what you now command were called the Rapid Joint Deployment Force. And people used to make jokes that it was not so much rapid, and its jointness was not evident to everyone's sufficient needs, nor was it a force as such. It had to be cobbled together. There were no ribbons that people could wear on their uniforms of campaigns here, mobilizations there, deployments here. And so the early people involved in this, and at the National Council, we've been involved with you and all of your predecessors, sir, had an extraordinary challenge in front of them. But look what you've been able to achieve. Working with our allies, we could not have done this alone. We nailed the last nail in the coffin of the Red Army in Afghanistan, working with and through the cooperative activities of GCC country allies, and Pakistan too, which is part of your RIT. People need to be aware of that. And the Iran-Iraq war, with regard to putting the American flag on vessels going the entire length of the Gulf up to Kuwait and back and in and out. And thirdly, that we were able to reverse the Iraqi aggression of August the 2nd, 1990, and working with Russia in particular, with its leaders, Mikhail Gorbachev. Who would have thought 40 years ago that we and the leaders of Moscow would have stood shoulder to shoulder, arm in arm, hand in hand, 12 separate United Nations Security Council resolutions that were not vetoed, that showed a united geostrategic, geopolitical front and approach to this. And then what we've also done throughout to prevent the exportation or the advancement of Iran's revolution to the western side of the Gulf. This has to be not just a nightmare for you and your colleagues, but a daymare as well, 24/7, this challenge. But look what you've done. All of these governments are still intact. All of their government structures and systems remain in place as they were before you came onto the scene, during your time on the scene, and because of the effectiveness of your approaches and your training, your education, your efforts and energy, the situation is far, far better than anyone would have predicted before the U.S. Central Command began to first bud. But it had to be like other things that are budding, it has to be nourished with water and nutrients. And then if you're lucky from that, one is able to bloom. And I've given 4 examples of where we bloomed. And then if those are successful, together we're able to blossom. You are at the tip of the spear, sir. We couldn't have asked a finer person, a more prepared, a more experienced, a more educated, a more insightful, informative, analytical, knowledgeable, and understanding. leader who wears the armed forces uniform, but you're also a citizen soldier and you practice the art of diplomacy simultaneous to the arts of war. Thank you, sir. And we look forward to our further cooperation with the U.S. Central Command, which you have helped to secure and render possible for more than a quarter of a century now. We've been sending officers of your staff and those of your predecessors, primarily to Oman, because His late Majesty Sultan Qaboos was a military man and a graduate of Sandhurst, and proudly so. And he was our first friend when the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan. And we were looking for a partner, some partner, any partner who would help us to deter, a phrase, a concept, a strategic notion that you mentioned several times in your remark. And the Soviet Union had to acknowledge defeat, had to withdraw, and its government changed profoundly through and with our cooperation with those under your command, sir. So we want to broaden these programs if possible, to have them also in Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and Qatar in particular. These countries are also on your watch and are of enormous importance and are vastly misunderstood by the American public writ large. But through your efforts, sir, we're making progress, and inshallah, we'll continue to register progress. Thank you, sir. We are now going to show some of the fruits of your labor, sir. We're trying to train the next generation that will stand on our collective and individual soldiers. And we have a youth leadership development program. And if you can believe it, it's not a typographical error. We have 50,000 graduates of this program. And one of the institutions where you served in the ROTC capacity when you were then just a captain, this past weekend participated in an international conference and walked away with one of the most outstanding delegation awards, serving as make-believe diplomats representing one or more of the Arab countries. So with that aspect, we'll transition to what some of these young people have to say. 50,000. We do it 24 times in the United States every year, 24 cities. We've had 2 in the last 2 weeks, one in Virginia, one in New England, and we have 22 more coming up this year, plus 5 in the Arab world, Morocco, Lebanon, Egypt, and 2 in Saudi Arabia. Renewed thank you and appreciation, sir.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're having a wonderful conference. I wanted to take a few moments to speak to you about the National Council's Model Arab League programs and the Youth Leadership Development Initiatives as well. So my name is Akshat, and I'm a senior year student in my undergrad at Northeastern University in Boston, where I study economics and computer science with a minor in international affairs. So I've been part of the Model Arab League programs and youth programs for 4 years now. So I've attended various Model Arab League conferences as a delegate, as a council chair, and also as a member of Secretariat working on the organizing side. And I also had an opportunity in 2018 to be part of the Qatar Exchange Fellowship, where I got to go on a study visit to Doha for 1 week. And that was a wonderful experience that really opened my eyes to many opportunities to consider for my own career that I hadn't thought of before as well. So I'm sure lots of other students are speaking about this as well, but for me personally, the National Council's programs have been instrumental in my own leadership development. With Model Arab League conferences, those are great opportunities for students to develop skills in public speaking, debate complex issues, and really work on finding areas of compromise for collective solutions with peers who might have different ideas. So that's obviously a great skill to develop as well. The study trips are also an excellent opportunity for development of leadership as well, because for me, at least, I got to experience what it was like to sit on high-level meetings, engage with officials on complex topics. And as I move forward looking for internships and career opportunities, that's an experience I've been able to point back to and say, yes, I have this experience. And that's really opened a lot of doors for me as well. But I think specifically to the Model Arab League programs, the fundamental aspect of these that really drives some of the leadership development is that they compel people to build a sense of empathy when they move forward with these policy discussions. Within the Model Arab League program, students are tasked with researching the history, the policy goals, and the discourse of a country other than their own that they probably haven't even been to. And by doing this, they're compelled to adopt these stances and advocate for them in front of a room full of people and students who are also doing the same thing. And I think what this fundamentally does is it causes students to empathize with unique perspectives of countries that they're not even from. And I think, quite frankly, this type of empathy is something that's long been lacking in diplomatic circles and historically, and specifically looking at US Middle East relations, as I'm sure many of us are aware. So by causing students to build these skills, it really creates a generation of leaders who can become agents of change on these issues. So I think as generations of Model Arab League students move forward and enter careers in policy and diplomacy with these values in mind, I think this speaks volumes about the impact of the National Council's work and will in the long run create for a more safe and prosperous world. So I think the National Council deserves a huge shout out, and particularly the student programs coordinators who work tirelessly to impact thousands of students every year and create this valuable change and this leadership development. So with that, I hope you enjoy the rest of your conference and have fruitful discussions at what I'm sure is a very important moment in both US and global politics. So thank you for your time.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now transition to retired Colonel Abbas Dahouk. Colonel Dahouk has his own consulting and advisory firm and providing counsel and guidance to Americans seeking to pursue their business opportunities in the Arab region, the Middle East, and the Islamic world. How much better position could one be to provide such services than Colonel Dahouk? He was the U.S. Army and all services defense attaché in the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh before returning to the United States and serving in the Department of State in the area, providing advice on military security, military science, and the relationships between the political side of the U.S. government here and abroad and the military side. So he served both in the Pentagon and the Department of State and in the field. He was born and raised in Lebanon. He received his bachelor's degree from the University of Arizona, but continued his study in Oman, where he received a bachelor's degree there from Oman's Joint Military Command and Staff College. He also has his degree and master's degree from Princeton University. We shared 2 or 3 experiences in the sense that we both enlisted in the armed forces when we were teenagers. We did not know each other at the time, but he continued to become a non-commissioned officer and then to go to officers candidate school and become a full-fledged officer. He's also served at the U.S. Army War College at Carlisle Barracks in Pennsylvania, and has been a co-escort of delegations of young people from the military academies of West Point, the Naval Academy, the Air Force Academy, the Citadel, and the Virginia Military Institute, my alma mater, bringing them to the Arab region and to establish relationships between budding, young, new, blossoming, blooming American armed forces officers of the future. We've done this together. We've done it in Saudi Arabia and in Qatar, as well as the United Arab Emirates. And we work together on matters pertaining to the Sultanate of Oman, which has been the principal leader in these kinds of exchanges, unbeknownst to many Americans. But we also both went to Princeton, he to further his Near East studies, education, myself to do that, plus work on improving my Arabic. As an outstanding member of the National Council's Board of Directors, he brings a unique experience, background, perspective, and distinctly different from other board members. We're lucky to have him. Thank you, sir. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anthony, and good day and hello to all our viewers near and far. I'm Abbas Dahouk, and honored to be with you and with our esteemed and distinguished panel of experts on defense cooperation and Middle East affairs. As Dr. Anthony mentioned, that I'm a board member of the council, and on his behalf, on behalf of Dr. John Duke Anthony, my fellow board members, and fantastic staff, I welcome all of you today. And I also invite the viewers as we go along to send us questions by email. You will see the email address posted frequently on the screen. So our task at hand today for this session is to discuss U.S.-Arab defense cooperation dynamics. With that, and before I introduce the speakers, let me set the stage by regional stage by taking us back in history to President Carter's State of the Union address on 23rd January, 1980, when he said, "Let our position be absolutely clear. An attempt by any outside force to gain control of the Persian Gulf region will be regarded as an assault on the vital interest of the United States of America, and such an assault will be repelled by any means necessary, including military force." So this Union address was specifically directed against Iran and the Soviet Union, Russia today. So almost 41 years later, much shedding of US blood and treasure in the Middle East region, Iran and Russia are back on the scene again, countering US and Arab countries' interests directly and committing boots on the ground. Russia is already in Syria, it's in Iraq, it's on the western borders in Egypt, and it's also flirting with our NATO ally Turkey. Iran, as we all know, it's in Iraq, in Syria, in Lebanon, and Yemen. Additionally, China, another major US foe, is not far behind. If that's not a grim picture, I would like to mention the comments yesterday from His Royal Highness Prince Turki Al Faisal when he described the status of the Middle East as a troubled region in a state of strategic confusion. Those are disturbing dynamics, and those are current dynamics. So what went wrong? And how could the US, EU countries, regional allies and friends right it now? How do we make it right? On this note, please allow me to welcome our first speaker, Kristen Fontenrose. She is a director at the Atlantic Council, where she leads the security pillar within the Middle East programs. She has over 20 years of experience working with the national security apparatuses of nations in the Middle East and Africa, from positions within the United States Department of Defense, Department of State, the White House, private industry, and nonprofit sector. Kirsten, please, welcome, Kirsten, and please lend us your views and thoughts on the current U.S. defense cooperation dynamics in the region. And if you will, please address how will the new administration gauge the current situation and what changes, if any, you foresee in its defense policy. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Abbas. It's wonderful to be back with the National Council, and I'm happy to address this question. Let's start with what we know about a Biden administration's priorities in the Middle East. His advisors have stated very clearly that they will be the following four. First is containing Iran's nuclear program and its activities that destabilize the region. Second is securing Israel and advancing Arab-Israeli peace. Third is ending the wars in Yemen and Libya. And the fourth is advancing human rights. So let's dive a little bit deeper into what we can expect. What aspects of US policy toward the Middle East will remain relatively unchanged with regard to defense cooperation, and what will be notably different? Let's start with what will remain in place. There will be a continued emphasis on burden sharing. To quote a close friend of Biden's recently, Vice President Biden is not contemplating withdrawing US troops, but he is contemplating ending wars. This will mean leaning heavily on countries in the region to be the brokers of peace, to make compromises, to provide incentives to adversaries for ending conflicts. We will also see continued pressure on Arab partners to downgrade relationships with Russia and China in the areas of defense and security, cyber, artificial intelligence and big data, and nuclear energy. There will be a continued emphasis on counterterrorism, as General McKinsey alluded to. If the attacks against French citizens and interests in the past weeks are any indication of the immediate future of violent extremism, we should expect a resurgence of attacks against civilians. The US under Biden will seek greater alignment with our transatlantic partners, and this will include on CT. So you can look a bit to some European policies for hints. Now let's take a look at how US policy in the Middle East will differ with regard to defense cooperation. There will be an end to the US involvement in Yemen. The Biden administration will cut off sales of smart bombs to the coalition and pull the small US team from the cell that works to prevent Saudi airstrikes from hitting civilians. The motive is to end the US role in a war that has worsened an already grave humanitarian crisis. Unfortunately, ending the very limited US support will not end the war. Only a political solution will end the war. The Biden team will work hard to arrive at one if it has not already been reached by February. But this leads us to another difference. Arms sales will be curtailed under Biden, and this is related to the war in Yemen. Biden will be pulled in two different directions on arms sales. The left side of the Democratic Party seeks an end to all arms sales. This not only impacts the Middle East, but also partners like Japan and Taiwan. But Biden understands that it does not make sense during an economic downturn to cripple an American industry in which 7 of the top 10 producers worldwide are American. He will, however, end sales of smart bombs to Saudi Arabia as they are used to conduct strikes in Yemen. But again, ending the US sales will not end the war. Until a political solution is reached for Yemen, Saudi Arabia can simply buy bombs from China to replace those withheld by the US. When US smart bombs are replaced with Chinese dumb bombs and Saudi airstrikes, civilian casualties will rise. Will that make the US less responsible for deaths in Yemen or more? Yesterday, Senator Menendez placed 4 JRDs, joint resolutions of disapproval, on the arms sales to the UAE, to include the F-35. This is one JRD for every notification of sales submitted to Congress by the Foreign Military Sales Oversight Team at the State Department. But this is not solely a statement on a congressional posture toward the UAE. This is also just American politics. These 4 separate disapprovals will force Congress to deal with each individually on the floor of Congress. This means if the Republicans want to push through the sales to the UAE before the end of the administration, they will have to use congressional session time that Mitch McConnell would prefer to use to confirm additional conservative judges to place in courts around America. So there is as much domestic politics involved as there is foreign policy. Biden will also place a greater emphasis on multilateral organizations over bilateral relations. And here is where the region tragically shot itself in the foot. MESA, the Middle East Strategic Alliance, was one of the only multilateral approaches to foreign policy supported by the Trump administration. It sought to create a bloc of Arab countries that would collaborate and cooperate on regional security intra-regional energy networks to increase regional self-sufficiency, and regional economic growth and resiliency. It was not presented as a fait accompli by the US. The region was invited to shape it from the ground up. It was a complete win-win. A year into the process, and without first consulting the US, 2 Gulf countries threw out that concept and attempted to replace it with a security-only agreement. So when the new concept they proposed was put in front of the committee of US senior leaders for approval, the answer was no. That isn't what they had originally agreed to, and they didn't like the security-only focus. Now with the Biden administration, there will be a continued support for establishing a new regional security architecture. And there is support for a multilateral regional security platform using among some members of Congress. It's also supported at the EU and in the top levels of the UN. But this new vision for such architecture includes Turkey, Israel, and even Iran in some cases. The region missed out on its opportunity to be the sole interest at the table with the US, and it will not receive an offer like this again in the foreseeable future. So what actions can our countries take to move the region ahead in the coming 4 years in terms of defense and security? For policymakers in the US and Europe, I have one concrete recommendation, and this is work together on a multilateral mechanism for resolving conflicts in the Middle East. This was one component of MESA, and it remains important. Apply lessons learned from Europe's experience with the OSCE, perhaps. Experiment with making the circle of invitation narrow or wide. Maybe everyone gets a vote. As another experiment, and I do say this to be provocative, revoke the vote on any particular issue from any country involved physically or materially in the conflict issue at hand. See how that impacts foreign interventions. Have fun. In closing, I have one recommendation for the region. As evidenced by the US elections, the American people are not assured of the value of America's global relationships right now. They question our involvement with the UN, our funding for NATO, and our military presence in the Middle East. The US government will do its best to explain the value in these and the value of our partnerships and the value of our security cooperation arrangements and relationships. But the region really should do its part to convince the American people as well. Americans need to see how their lives are made better by sending their sons and daughters to live on bases or compounds in the Middle East. This should be a topic of discussion in foreign ministries, and outreach programs to the heart of America should be the result. The Biden administration will be focused on domestic challenges first, so they will need your help, the region's help, in making the case to Americans. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Kirsten. That was very interesting, fantastic, and insightful remarks. Perhaps we'll get some from the audience questions on Yemen, more dive into a bit, and also on the new MESA. That's very interesting construct. Now I'll move to our second speaker for her remark. Our second speaker is Dr. Cinzia Bianco. She is the Gulf Research Fellow at the European Council on Foreign Relations. She's based in Berlin, where she's working on political, security, and economic developments in the Arabian Peninsula and Gulf region and relations with Europe. Welcome, Dr. Bianco. I also ask you to lend us your views and thoughts as well on the current security dynamics in the region from EU Council and EU countries' perspective. And if you will, how do the EU countries view their political military interests there as well? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation and very interesting and thought-provoking discussion so far. So let me take a few minutes to basically give you the different inputs of the conversation that is currently going on in Europe. And first and foremost, we should start by saying that the 4 years of the presidency of Donald Trump have worked sort of as a wake-up call to many European capitals, in the sense that certainly in many European capitals, the Trump presidency still is perceived as a moment rather than as a process. However, the issues that have been raised in terms of challenges to transatlantic cooperation particularly on security matters, have been internalized by some. And there's been, as a result, a debate triggered. The debate that, in Europe goes by the name of strategic autonomy or strategic sovereignty. What does that mean? They are two slightly different concepts, but basically we're still talking about the ability of European countries to cooperate in a way that they can preserve the minimum, the core interests, their own core interests in security without relying excessively on the United States. And this has been true across the board if we look at the different regions, but it's been particularly true if we look at the Middle East and North Africa region. What happened since 2011 has had really strong repercussions on Europe. And as Kirsten was mentioning before, still to this day, there are, for instance, sporadic events of terrorism and radicalism against European interests and against European people. The fact that no European countries, and of course neither the EU, had any significant security leverage on regional players, state and non-state, that could be really used to mold and take sort of better control of the negative repercussions of strategic change and political change and geopolitical rivalry has really hit back in Europe. However, this is a very difficult conversation to have, and it becomes even more difficult when we shift the focus to the Gulf specifically. Whereas the European countries have had long, for decades, a special interests in the Mediterranean, they have been very marginal in the Gulf. And that was also because their most important partner, the United States, was the unipolar force in the Gulf, wanted to be so, especially you quoted Abbas, President Carter, of course. And therefore, the Europeans were sort of didn't mind to not be as involved geopolitically and in security and in defense matters in the Gulf in particular. So it becomes very complicated then to shift the focus and talk about strategic autonomy or strategic sovereignty when you look at foreign and security policy, and in particular in an area such as the Gulf. At the same time, there is a growing realization in Europe that the rivalries that are at the core of many different conflicts in the region originate from the Gulf, in particular the one between Saudi Arabia and Iran and the one between the United Arab Emirates and Turkey. And these have extended their borders so widely that they have hit very close to home in the Eastern Mediterranean as of a few months ago. So there is this sense of urgency, there is the debate ongoing. There are, however, obstacles that come from a lack of, for instance, of complete agreement in the different European capitals about how should this strategic sovereignty look like. How should it be agreed with the new Biden administration? Will they be fully on board and support a stronger European coordination that might, in some cases, not be exactly on the same page as the Biden administration? Of course, largely speaking, there is a remarkable convergence between Europe and the US. However, at the same time, there are issues that are crucial for Europe where the views do differ from the ones in Washington. In particular, I'm referring to Iran, which is the only dossier, Gulf-specific dossier, that Europeans have pursued, both at the level of European countries and at the level of the European Union. And here, let me add another layer of a different angle, perhaps. As you know, the European Union per se does not have a military capability. It has a very limited agreements, and it's working on strengthening joint missions that are discussed and approved and dispatched directly from the EU, but that's still very much in the beginning. And on many of where there is a lot of political divergences and controversies within the EU, it's particularly difficult to agree on a foreign and security policy mission between 27 different countries. The Gulf is one of those hot issues, in particular when we look at security and military. And so, for instance, the Maritime Security Mission, EMASO, which is a French-led security mission, is not an EU mission, is a mission that has been established by a core group of European countries. And it is very likely that we will see other initiatives similar to those in the immediate future, as long as the conversation and the debate about strategic sovereignty and strategic autonomy continues and an agreement is found, which again is really challenging if you think of the sheer size of the political negotiations. We're talking 27 different countries. So we're going to see possibly other initiatives that are brought forward by smaller groups of European countries where there could be a greater or smaller level of coordination with the EU. And the hope from a policy recommendation point of view is that a Biden administration would take stock of this multi-layered situation in Europe and encourage the process, keeping in mind all of the challenges and the obstacles, the process towards furthering the independence or the autonomy of the Europeans in a way that really creates a division of labor in the Middle East. And that could work to the benefit of the American people and the Europeans and the individual governments, given that we all have domestic challenges to confront, that we're all talking about ending the endless wars, and that no one is really looking forward to be up in front and trying to districate all of the different geopolitical conflicts throughout the region. So in all of these sort of framework, we then have to add the element of the more specific defense partnerships. And in this, I would say that the Europeans play, of course, a minor role compared to the US in defense sales to the Gulf, but that has been growing. And we have seen, we still see a significant interest in France, in the United Kingdom, even in Italy, to double down on existing deals and partnerships, and really to the benefit of the defense industries. However, so far, I have to say that it has been a different sort of approach, again, in different countries. We have a country like Germany, for instance, who has banned export of defense material to Saudi Arabia as long as the kingdom is involved in the war in Yemen. And then we have other countries like, such as France and the United Kingdom, who instead have had a more ambivalent approach. This is likely to continue because not all European capitals necessarily see defense sales as an integral part of security policies and their geopolitical projection, which is already sort of a work in progress. On that hand, I think it would be beneficial if the Biden administration, who instead, as Kirsten explained, has a different perspective, given a different role, would try to bridge also that conversation more with their transatlantic partners. In a nutshell, and to conclude, we, I think, are in bad need of renewing the transatlantic cooperation and having a very pragmatic, flexible, forward-looking approach, and try to create a division of labor that could advance positive solutions for the region, and in the same time create that burden sharing that alleviates the responsibilities and the commitments of the different parties. Thank you.
Again, thank you, Dr. Bianco, very much. Again, insightful comments. I agree that the Biden administration needs to work closely with Europe on many topics. I mean, immediate topics will be Libya, Syria, perhaps Yemen, and the arms trade as well. So on this note, I will transition to our next speaker, Dr. Anthony Korsman. No need introduction, but he's the only Burke Chair in Strategy at Center of Strategic and International Studies. He has led many studies on national missile defense, asymmetric warfare, and weapons of mass destruction, and critical infrastructure protection. He's the author of more than 50 books, including 4-volume series on the lessons of modern war. Dr. Korsman, you have written volumes on literature on defense cooperations and arms sales. We are, and I am also interested in hearing your views on the security cooperation dynamics and how well do arms sales address the kind of security challenges that currently exist in the region, particularly when it comes to confronting Iran, which tends to rely on more asymmetric means of power projection. Dr. Korsman, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take probably the most negative approach to security in this region that will occur during this conference. I think I've been at it too long to have much belief that we're going to have quick or easy solutions. I think any politician or figure that talks about an end to the long wars is living in a fantasy land. The tensions in this region, the problems in this region, would take a minimum of a decade to resolve. And right now, we're not doing a particularly positive or a good job of it. If we look at the region, we have to look at cases. We also have to realize we're talking really about 3 different subregions. One are the Arab states in the Mediterranean, another are the ones largely in the Levant, and the third is in the Gulf. All of these states have to face the fact the nature of warfare is changing very sharply. We're talking about multi-domain conflicts, hybrid warfare, gray area operations, words we didn't even use 5 or 10 years ago with any serious focus. But every country that has an arms buy has to consider these changes, or should. And so far, when you actually look at detailed buys, time and again, it becomes remarkably difficult to figure out why the country is doing this, why it's spending this kind of money, and how they intend to actually integrate it with other countries and create an effective force structure. Let's begin with the Mediterranean, and I think in fairness, Morocco and Tunisia are not problems. But when it comes to the rest of the countries, we have Algeria, which is an army with a country, still making very large arms purchases, most of which have no clear relation to a definable threat. Still relatively repressive in spite of elements of reform, and which has a much higher priority for development than it does for military spending in arms sales. Now, I'm willing to bet a whole dollar that the military junta survives the current wave of reforms. It's done it in the past, and I think it will do it in the future. In Libya, we have a hopelessly divided mess with a wide range of outside countries talking about ceasefires, conducting covert operations, major arms deliveries and sorties. Now, in the case of Russia, providing mercenaries, which is an interesting new step. And what does a ceasefire, if one happens, actually produce by way of stability and development and integrated government? In the case of Egypt, we have a second army with a country, rather than a country with an army. If we look honestly at what's happening, they have demonstrated they can turn to France and Russia if we restrict arms sales or interfere with the aid process. But when you look at what they're buying, you have to ask, quite frankly, why are you doing this? Who is the threat? Why are you layering modernization over the retention of past forces? Compared to the need for development, is this the way to spend money in the region? I think they have had a reasonable amount of advice. I don't think they have taken it. And are elements of this process of internal security too repressive? Yes, they are. They limit the level of local and internal criticism that Egypt needs. And somewhere throughout this region, Turkey is creating its own messes in the Mediterranean, whether we want to make it part of the Middle East or not. If we turn to the Levant, I don't think it's really at this point useful to comment on Egypt's military forces. The problem I think the Biden administration will face is, what do you do about the Palestinians in Gaza, and what do you do about the Palestinians on the West Bank? If you don't have two states, how do you create some kind of working, viable relationship? In terms of its military priorities, there's very little I can suggest to Israel. But as we move north and look at Lebanon, which actually has some relatively effective internal military forces, we see a major buildup of a missile threat with precision strike capabilities, with no clear controls, which potentially can be used against Israel, and where there seems to be a virtual indifference on the part of the people arming and taking those arms about putting those missile weapons into highly populated areas, and Israel's threats to conduct not a land invasion the next time, but a strategic bombing campaign designed to cripple at least the Shiite areas of Lebanon. We look at Iraq, and here I have to feel, at least, that General McKenzie was far too optimistic about what the US has done. So far, the more we come under pressure, the faster we leave. And the issue isn't just troop levels, it's military facilities, it's embassy personnel. It is putting people forward that can support the best combat units inside Iraq. It is creating some kind of balance and incentive that deals with Iraq's economic problems and crisis, that give it an incentive to continue to work with the United States and deal with the creation of military forces that can act as a deterrent and not simply an anti-terrorism force. I don't know what you say about Syria. You have state terrorism where you have killed far more people from the Assad regime than every extremist movement in the world has killed since 2012. The casualty figures are relatively public. They're appalling. And what happens? What's going to happen in the East to the enclave we supported? I've not heard anybody say a thing about what we're going to do. What happens with Turkey and Idlib? What on earth emerges in terms of a Russian, Iranian, and Hezbollah presence? Consider where we were in 2012 and consider where we are now. The Gulf Cooperation Council, I think, is a critical institution. But let's be blunt. We have had presidents which have focused far too much on burden sharing, taken an erratic status in dealing with Iraq, have not really developed clear plans for how CENTCOM will work with countries in the future. And we also have a Game of Thrones by 3 sets of princes. In Qatar, in the UAE and Saudi Arabia, which is remarkably destructive, we do not have progress in dealing with interoperability, the integration of battle management, communications, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance assets. We have massive buys of modern aircraft. If any of you read the details of the UAE's request for the F-35 program, it would probably create the most effective 2-squadron Air Force in the world. 2 squadrons is 2 squadrons. 4, if they can afford to upgrade the F-16s. But the life cycle cost of those purchases is probably going to be about twice the cost over time of their past aircraft buys. The Sparta of the Gulf doesn't seem to have an effective Navy. It seems to have about 1 brigade of an army. It hasn't demonstrated it can coordinate even with Saudi Arabia. And as we heard earlier, we are talking about canceling the efforts that do allow some kind of targeting that restricts attacks and civilian casualties. When it comes down to burden sharing here, the US frankly needs a great deal of direct criticism. If you look at DIA figures and Gulf figures, we're spending at least 5 to 7 times, I shouldn't say we, the Gulf Arab states, less Iraq, are paying 5 to 7 times as much for military forces using DIA and IISS elements as Iran. Well over 15 times the arms imports. That should buy far more military effectiveness, but there is no Gulf country in the Arab side that is developing effective interoperability with any other Gulf country. And when it comes down to coordinating any kind of broad military operation, multi-domain operations, hybrid operations, any kind of missile defense or air attack has to be coordinated with the United States. It's not simply this foolish sort of Game of Thrones. You've largely isolated Oman, and you have Kuwait postured essentially for American reentry and fast deployment of forces, caught between Iraq and Iran and Saudi Arabia, which does not plan effective deployments to come to Kuwait's aid. This is not how we can develop effective cooperation and coordination. You need realistic assessments of the threat, realistic assessments of how to cooperate. Strategies have to be defined in terms of tangible force plans, real programs, and real budgets. The extent to which think tanks and analysts of this region don't seem to be able to pronounce the word budget and never review any of the details of arms imports, how they actually can operate, and the force structures is a frightening indication of the lack of analysis and planning that's needed in a region that now faces, as we've seen, precision strike capabilities that can hit at any fixed target from Iran, as well as a vastly superior Iranian capability to conduct hybrid warfare inside the Gulf. Those Iranian capabilities will continue to improve, just as Iran's capabilities have improved in terms of cooperation and expansion and outside the region. And if we look at Iran, What have we gotten out of maximum pressure? It hasn't inhibited the military development of Iran so far. It certainly hasn't halted the nuclear weapons effort. You might want to look at yesterday's news on a new nuclear research facility in Iran. It hasn't affected the political situation. If anything, the legislature is now far more restrictive and far more loyal to the leadership, far more connected to the Revolutionary Guards. And does anyone really believe there's going to be a more moderate president when the presidential election comes? If we have done anything, it seems to be a somewhat vain hope that if we put enough pressure in civil terms on Iran, we will end up with regime collapse. Well, let me just close by pointing out, so far regime collapse hasn't worked out too well since 2012. It hasn't exactly solved the problems of Libya, Syria, Iraq, or Yemen. And the warning I would give is when you really force collapse of a regime of 80 million people, you might want to consider what happens next. So believe me, I'm heartily in favor of reassuring slogans, references to the international community, talks of Arab alliances that casually ignore the last 50 years of inability to create an effective alliance in security. But these are the real world problems we have to live with.
Thank you, Dr. Goldsman. Thought-provoking, for sure. It is a complicated world between politics and defense, and also geography. I will now introduce our fourth speaker commentator, Mr. Josh Yaffe. Sorry. Josh is a scholar in residence at the National Council, U.S. Arab Relations, and also he is the Arabian Peninsula analyst at the U.S. Department of State, Bureau of Intelligence and Research. Welcome, Josh. So I also welcome you, Josh. I welcome your analysis and comments on what you've heard thus far from us, our speakers. So without any further ado, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Thank you, Abbas. I really appreciate it. And it's a real honor to be here. These are fantastic speakers. Kirsten, Chinzia, Tony, it's a real honor to be able to share the stage with you. And I'm really glad that you let me be here. I don't have prepared remarks because I was invited here as a respondent to be able to comment on the other presentations. So I apologize if it's a little bit disjointed, but let's start with where we left off. Tony gave a very dire prognosis, and I respect that, and I respect his learning. I think that a lot of what Tony is saying, this idea that the planning and analysis that's going on in the region is inadequate to match current procurement with long-term threats and threat perceptions, and accounting for the need for cooperation in the United States. I think a lot of Tony's analysis and planning is predicated on two things, which I would question. Number one, if you're a planner in the Gulf and you believe in that line of thinking, then it means that you believe that a conventional war in the Gulf or something approximating it is a real possibility. Something of a large scale. It doesn't need to be an all-out war. It doesn't need to be a total war, but it could be something of a lesser scale, and yet involving conventional forces that therefore need preparation and countering from the side of the Arab Gulf states. That would be the first assumption. The second assumption is that if you're a planner in the Gulf and you're trying to organize your force projection around these definitions, these delimitations, then number two, you have to believe that the U.S. is going to support you in the event of that conventional war. Those are the two assumptions that planning is based on. I don't know planners in the Gulf in the last 10, 15 years that operate under those assumptions. Certainly that was the case during Gulf War I and its aftermath, depending on how you define Gulf War I, the Iran-Iraq War, and then the 1990-1991 war. You were talking large-scale mobilization of forces with U.S. direct involvement, with political will.
The first thing he does is say that Dr. Quartersman is wrong.
He just said
Everyone else can please mute their mics
No,
right
he
now.
said
Getting
that.
your mics coming through.
That's it.
Could everyone please mute your mics? Thank you. I think, thank you. Yes, excellent. We've now spotlighted my video. So I think that there is a level of importance to everything that Dr. Quartersman is saying, and a critical aspect to it, and I don't disagree with any of it. I'm simply asking whether there isn't a different set of priorities and a different set of threat perceptions that go on in the Gulf that guide some of this planning, that leads many of these governments to minimize or downplay the need for advanced conventional land forces or conventional naval forces. There's also a number of cultural factors. Navies in the Gulf are not looked upon as the best career for your sons to go into in terms of honor and prestige of the family. And that's been the case for quite a while. But putting aside cultural factors and focusing strictly on defense and security threats and perceptions and procurements, I think that a lot of procurement goes on for the sake of signaling to rivals, both enemies and friendly rivals, that you have capable forces and therefore collaboration, cooperation, and other spheres of bilateral and multilateral activity are important, that you're a country that is needed to be respected. In that regard, I don't know that necessarily matters that the UAE doesn't fully 100% coordinate its force projection and its procurement needs with its GCC neighbors in every single aspect. The UAE has proven that it's capable of leading and organizing military action in the region on its own, not entirely on its own. There's always involvement of Western partners, including the United States, but to an extent that it doesn't need permission necessarily from its neighbors in order to engage in unilateral or multilateral action. And that is a successful policy outcome, even if it only leads to presidential guard mobilization, maintenance, advancement, and not necessarily to the direct deployment of some of the other conventional forces that would allow them to expand and grow and build their relationships with their conventional forces of their Gulf allies. That being said, let's go back to the idea of Gulf security architectures. This is a topic that Kirsten raised. It's something implicit in what Cinzia is talking about in terms of European allies looking for how the US is going to engage and fearing an over-reliance on the United States. And it's something that Dr. Quartersman definitely alludes to and mentions towards the end of his remarks. We've engaged in Gulf security architectures for the last 20 years and more. What Abbas is talking about with the Carter Doctrine, we had a number of negotiations with different Gulf allies circa 1980, starting with Oman, and a lot of that was involved in trying to rescue the hostages from Iran, that we needed certain landing spaces that could accommodate our rescue mission. And the basing requirements required a whole new set of negotiations that were involved in it. And in theory, in line with the Carter Doctrine, we would have engaged in strategic dialogue, strategic partnerships that may have led to some sort of security umbrellas, not a nuclear umbrella, of course, but of a certain lesser nature. I talked to a number of our ambassadors that were in the Gulf in the early 80s to try and find out how far those discussions had advanced. But everyone seems to indicate that they didn't result in any actual outcomes as might have been envisioned at the beginning of that process. except for the basing agreements in Oman, which did allow us to do the Eagle One operation. The types of security architectures that I'm familiar with, I'm much more familiar with from the 2000s and the early 2010s. You're talking about the Gulf Security Dialogue. You're talking about the Security Cooperation Forum, which came out of the Camp David meetings. And you're talking, of course, about MISA, which Kirsten was directly involved in, the Middle East Strategic Alliance. There are a number of other sidelights that were components or add-ons or overlapping with these things. There was the GCC+2, meaning Egypt and Jordan, which was very prominent in the late 2000s. There was Iraq and its neighbors, which was a forum in the mid-2000s. There were a number of other collaborative initiatives that fed into these security architectures. And of course, a security architecture isn't just a talking form. Security architecture, as Joe McMillan used to write about years ago, is a whole range of security options and security engagements. Even basing our forces in another country is part of a security architecture inherently, because it's a commitment of resources and money. And that it contributes to an overall policy objective, which is security in the region. So when we talk about security architectures, we have to think broadly, but just focusing for a minute on actual forums, initiatives, the type that Kirsten raised and that Dr. Cordesman referred to. It seems to me that there are certain guidelines that we have to keep in mind. And every new administration comes in with an idea for a security architecture. So I suppose this is timely to some extent. But it seems to me that one of the key principal fundamental recommendations that anyone can make is that the agenda has to be specific enough that it doesn't open up discussions to a free-for-all. And that's the type of free-for-all that Kirsten was describing, where certain nations wanted to focus solely on security, and that shut down a broader conversation about energy and economics, et cetera. So I would say that the agenda has to be specific enough that it doesn't open up to a free-for-all, the discussion, because every participating nation has their own national interests. Every participating nation has its own domestic constraints. Okay, political constraints. And every participating nation has its own interpretations of the language that's being used in that forum. And if you set down a very broad topic agenda, as most of these forums have done with multiple pillars, then you're opening up that conversation to a lengthy and weighty debate about how we define these things. And the participating nations aren't interested in an academic debate about how to define these things. They're interested in defining these topics, these outcomes, these outputs in terms that appeal to their domestic audience and signal to their regional rivals and their regional neighbors their strength and hiding their weakness. And the same thing goes for the host nations, for the sponsors, the Europeans or the Americans, the British, whatever it may be. They too, when they lay down definitions, and they do not make them specific enough, yes, it facilitates greater buy-in at the beginning. It allows more people to come to the table, but once at the table, it creates more debate and discussion among those European, American, British allies who have their own interests in having a stake in the pie and how to shape that agenda as it moves forward. And I'd like to refer in all of this to how the Arab-Israeli multilateral process was run in the 1990s, because there, yes, they had multiple baskets of issues, and they had broad participation, but the way they were able to delimit those agendas and keep the conversations relatively focused, and they weren't entirely focused and they broke apart for a number of reasons, but one of the ways they were able to do that was by focusing from the beginning on confidence building measures. Not on broad shaping operations for how the region should look. So by talking about search and rescue or earthquake monitoring, which had a side purpose of nuclear monitoring, by focusing on these tangible confidence building measures, you could allow the participants to explore the discussion in whatever way they felt necessary, so that if Israel or Egypt or other countries could not agree on certain things like weapons of mass destruction free zone, you could break that out into another group and allow them to continue discussing it while you continued to make progress on specific confidence building measures. So allowing the CBMs to define the agenda actually, in a way, allowed the agenda itself to breathe. By the same token, we talk about membership, we talk about participation, we talk about Turkey, Iran, Syria, countries that don't fit neatly into the security calculus, who some Western nations would want to exclude, or at least marginalize, perhaps, and even some regional partners would want to exclude in theory, though maybe have a difficult time doing for the public messaging's sake. By creating a membership structure or a process that allows the participants to breathe, so that you can have formalized sessions on a periodic basis with a strict membership, but then you can have off-session working groups in which non-members or non-parties to the forum are allowed to come in and come out on a subsidiary basis. That creates the possibility that over time, these people can be incorporated on a more substantive level. We could also talk about timing and how you...
That's good. That's good, Josh. Thank you. That's very good, very comprehensive.
I'll turn it back to you, Abbas.
Okay. No, thanks very much, Josh. That's a lot to digest here. Very, like I said, very comprehensive, and you brought in a lot of details. Unfortunately, we have a larger issue to really discuss before we go down to a lot of details. And we talked about a lot of topics here. I mean, Mesa is a good topic. I thought maybe we can go back and talk about it a little bit, Yemen as well. But let me, on Mesa, I thought, because I was also pretty much close to it back in Riyadh when the idea started in 2016, 17. And I know from the Gulf perspective, the Gulf countries, especially Saudi Arabia, was very interested in getting this going. So it's unfortunate to see that now we're going to a new vision of that. I don't know the details of it, but I wonder if Kirsten could do, what do you think of the new vision and the new Mesa 2 would look like from a Biden perspective? And
well, Abbas, we haven't seen a vision for a Mesa 2 from the Biden team itself. They'd be more than welcome to review anything that was done on Mesa, because it really was a bipartisan idea at the time. As everyone has mentioned, this wasn't the first attempt. This has been tried over and over again. What we thought at the time was that it was critical because we were at an inflection point with our relationship with the region. And in terms of securing some of U.S. influence on our side and securing U.S. presence on the Gulf side, it was time. And it needed to be prioritized. So originally it was conceived as an alliance among the Gulf nations plus Egypt and Jordan to serve as a platform for creating a block of military capability and stability that would outweigh that of any individual country. And it had the economic, security, and energy pillars underpinned by a governance structure with the logic that you can't have stability without security and a functioning economy. And with the economies of the region being based on energy for the foreseeable future, that was the logic for including. But due to the pressure from some of the Gulf countries who were looking for a security-only, agreement, with even pushing at some point for a NATO Article 5 like security clause that was completely out of the question on the U.S. side, the concept got narrowed. But the White House at the time, the NSC senior director, and then the director, who was a military, uniformed military officer, a detail lead from the Department of Defense, who worked on this for 18 months as his full-time job. Tried to pull in what we got from this renewed request in the region to create this kind of a larger security agreement that still had in it a lot of the concepts we were looking for. So what it included at the time that the renewed proposal went before the U.S. administration was capability development centers in the region that would own a vertical for a particular field of capability, like maritime security, like cyber, like missile defense, and as a training hub and kind of an archive of capability for the whole region. It included a counterterrorism strategic framework that would codify responsibilities for member states. The National Counterterrorism Center in the US wrote the draft for that. It included intelligence sharing arrangements. It included a strategic plans development platform that was kind of, as I mentioned, modeled a little bit on the idea of the Organization for Security Cooperation in Europe, which is the world's largest security-oriented intergovernmental organization. It wasn't going to be exactly like that. But the point was, let's include the same kind of function under Mesa. And I won't go into more on that, but if anybody's interested, we can certainly do. And it included a civilian security coordination umbrella for things like police and border security, aviation, customs, immigration. And then a humanitarian aid and development coordination umbrella under which the aid agencies of all members would draft single strategies for each recipient country and pursue those objectives in tandem. And then a pandemic task force, so that of course was added later on. So it's supposed to be a platform for addressing threats of many natures, from regional adversaries to radical ideologies, failing state coups, pandemics. It was envisioned as a mechanism, not a military, and it was by definition defensive, not offensive. So that was the latest iteration of this vision that was worked out by the region and by the National Security Council at the time, before the Deputies Committee at the White House said, this is not what we agreed to. Where is the economic and energy piece? We aren't on board with this. And that's when the White House said, all right, region, we've done what we can for you. We've done everything we could. Our government is no longer behind this concept. And so it stopped being a discussion, but we keep hearing it raised by Democratic congressmen. We hear it raised by some of Biden's advisors. We hear it raised in the EU. We hear it raised in the UN, not MESA specifically, but the need for a similar, some kind of regional mechanism to manage security architecture.
Very good, very good. Thank you. That's insightful as well. I have a question for whoever wants to answer it on Yemen. I know Yemen keeps coming up, and seems like the Biden administration will have to do something related on that front. But we all know that it's while the Arab coalition prosecuting their operations in Yemen against the Houthis, the United States have also a footprint in Yemen doing counterterrorism. So how can we kind of peel off from Yemen, not assisting the coalition, and peel off away from Yemen while we're still prosecuting a counterterrorism operation in there? Anybody cares to comment on that? Okay.
How do we flag it?
Dr. Grossman, you said, do you want to comment on that?
I think it's a good question, but the U.S. strikes were essentially focused on relatively limited elements of terrorist groups. You got to the point where those groups had proliferated. We now have some 28 hostile factions somewhere in Yemen. Some of them are very small. Some of them are obviously much more significant. If you look at the targeting capabilities the U.S. had, you've lost some of the elements of those targeting capabilities because you can't embed or rely on a functioning government there. I think we have had the odd strike, but do we really need to withdraw? I think you hit on a key point, and it'll be interesting to see how the Biden administration deals with this. Because these aren't long wars involving major US assets. They're carefully focused interventions against key targets and terrorist elements. And I think the honest answer to your question is you shouldn't make categorical statements about withdrawal, and you shouldn't define things too precisely when you may need to go back and you may need to intervene against a key target. I would hope that perhaps on the 21st of January, you might reconsider some of these issues.
Thank you. Yes, it is. I mean, it is a considerable footprint over Yemen prosecuting the counterterrorism, and as I'm away from the government, but our intelligence and U.S. intelligence services, either agencies, they still see a threat, a counterterrorism threat in Yemen. So I venture to say it's not about to move away anytime soon. And by the way, the airspace over Yemen is owned by, basically controlled by the Saudi military at this point. So we have to do some coordination with them on a daily basis on this CT mission.
Boss, as you know, the CT mission in Yemen predates the war there, and predates the coalition, predates the effort to remove the Houthi opposition government from Sana'a. So the CT mission is also handled in entirely different departments of the U.S. military and intelligence community, and Josh may want to weigh in on this as well, but I don't see any indication that the Biden administration will curtail the specific CT mission or CT operations or the CT coordination that we do predominantly with the UAE in Yemen. I think that will continue.
Yeah, I'd just add to what Kirsten said. I think that, and what Tony said, there will always be a way to do counterterrorism in Yemen because you will always find a partner on the other side who thinks that there is money and training available to him that will benefit him and his patronage network. So you will always find someone willing to stand up on the Yemeni side saying, I'm in charge of a legitimate government. I will give you legal permissions to do the counterterrorism that you want to do. Just work with me and make sure that whatever training and money that you're giving comes to me and my network. And you will always be able to paper over your justification, your legitimacy for doing counterterrorism in Yemen, even in the absence of broader coalitions.
Thank you. One observation on cooperation or dialogues. As you know, the last year, so we have a series of strategic dialogues, mainly with the Gulf. We had one with Saudi Arabia and Qatar, and I think about to have one with the Kuwait. We had one with Iraq, and it seems that there's a lot to talk at the strategic level, but not much going on at the military level. But I would like to have Dr. Bianco, if you at the strategic level in there, have you seen any dialogues going on at, like I said, at that level from a European perspective with the region? It doesn't have to be Gulf, maybe somewhere in North Africa. If you care to comment on that, please.
Yeah, thank you. I think your question actually provides an opportunity to talk about the relationship between France and the UAE, which is, I think, an interesting case that has seen a lot of development, including some limited strategic coordination, if you want to call it strategic, in the sense that it's mostly aligning already similar geopolitical interests, in particular in Africa, in Libya, but also in sub-Saharan Africa, and trying to see where there is the convergence and trying to work on that coordination. That's a relatively new phenomenon because, as I was describing before, save from the United Kingdom, there was no other European country that really had interest or opportunity to develop something resembling a strategic relationship with any of the GCC monarchies in particular. So this is we're still in testing territory, basically. But what we're seeing is rather interesting, I think, for the purpose of sketching out what we could see in the future. There is certainly some broadly speaking convergence on seeing Islamism and political Islam as a formidable threat that can, morph and can go from the region, from North Africa to other shores, including in Europe, where, of course, as you would know, there is a very large diaspora coming from the Mediterranean countries, the southern Mediterranean countries, and even to the Gulf from a UAE perspective. However, I think it's interesting to look at how this partnership is being structured. It seems to me that it's the first sort of partnership blueprint, one of the very first blueprints of partnerships in an era of something we could call retrenchment of global powers. And France, I mean, as a large regional power, makes no exception in the sense that they are doubling down on their engagement in the region, but still have a number of question marks and limits. And so the way in which they cooperate with the UAE suggests that maybe we could see in the future a co-partnership, co-pilot modality of engagement, which opens up, I think, a number of possibilities. For instance, on something like cooperative bilateralism. Bilateralism and multilateralism do not have to be at all costs against one another. One can use privileged bilateral channels to reinforce multilateral messages, especially in a place and in a region like the Middle East and the Gulf, where threat perceptions are so different from one country to another. And we know not even the UAE and Saudi Arabia have identical threat perception. So I think there is something to think about here.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. You're right about the bilateral engagement versus the multilateral engagements. And And I remember even back then when under Obama administration, when Secretary Chuck Hagel landed in Riyadh back in 2014, the message there at that time when they did the defense ministerial is that the United States is no longer doing bilateral engagements. We must move into multilateral engagements and the burden sharing and so on. But we're not there yet. So for the sake of time, I think we have about 10 minutes. We can, I'm gonna, each of you, if you like, you can have a 1 minute or 2 minute closing comments before we pass on to the next event. But one thing we mentioned on the counterterrorism, and that's what the General McKinsey talks about. This is a big mission about the counter ideology and how to counter extremism writ large. One thing we know in the Arab world, we have a youth bulge, and those youth are the source for stability and source for instability. And the region have for the longest time, the youth remain still today, susceptible to indoctrinations and recruitment. I mean, you see right now also child soldiers. You see all these child soldiers and Houthis, Yemenis kind of recruited, indoctrinated to join the Houthi movement. You see the Syrian refugees and Syrians, recruited by the Turks to fight in Libya or Nagorno-Karabakh. You see about ISIS recruiting from the Sunnis. You see how the Iranian regime recruiting the Shiite Arabs to fight for them, whether in Iraq or in Lebanon. So they're perhaps not sure how would one day we could move this government to government transactions of articles of defense, articles of services defense to include this human dimension into the defense cooperation construct. On that, I guess we keep the same order if we started. I'll give the floor to Kirsten to just give us her final remarks. Well, about 1 minute, please.
Abbas, I'll stick on your topic and reassure folks that in the coming 4 years, we're going to see a renewed emphasis on things like addressing that youth bulge. It wasn't front and center, but during the last 4 years, a lot of US aid and US public diplomacy funding was spent on addressing things like that and creating opportunities for this youth bulge you're talking about. I heard a former US official state recently that the region is going to need to create 60 million jobs over the coming years. And from a national security perspective, the reason that's meaningful is because if you don't create jobs, they're more vulnerable to the temptations of radicalization. So you will see a return, I believe, under a Biden administration to an emphasis on things like countering violent extremism. And you'll see additional funding and resources going to programs within USAID that are intended to create opportunities for this youth bulge, link them with opportunities around the world, and from a national security perspective, again, to preventing them from being recruited by what we're seeing as a resurgence in radical ideologies using things like COVID and populism as narratives.
Thank you very much. Dr. Bianco?
Thank you very much. I will just, I will borrow one sentence from my good friend and wonderful colleague, Dr. Abdallah Baboud, who I know was among the speakers of this brilliant conference. And he's saying often a very, I think, important phrase lately, that these are extraordinary times where we shouldn't only be trying to think outside the box, but we should try to scrap the box completely. And I think it's a really useful sentence. And thank you very much to Abbas and National Council and all of my panelists.
Thank you to Dr. Bianco for joining us. Dr. Grossman, the floor is yours.
I think it's really hard to sum up anything in a minute or two, but I'd make 2 points. One, the whole purpose of multi-domain warfare is to create the capability to deal with the whole spectrum of conflict. And I would hope the State Department might want to read some of the recent literature from the Joint Chiefs and actually examine what we're buying and why we're buying it. because the Gulf countries alone are going to have spent $100 billion this year on military forces. A vast amount of that will be arms sales, and these are not toys, and they come at the expense of civil development. And it is time to take a really hard look at what is happening, not call for more meetings, generalities, or good intentions.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Grossman. Josh, you have any final thoughts on comments?
Yeah, a lot of the discussion the last few weeks I've noticed has been trying to figure out how do we resolve the current conflicts that exist in the region, and then talking around broader regional problems in terms that might go back to 4 years ago, 8 years ago, 12 years ago. But I think that a lot of this misses how the region's changed, and it's significantly different than it was 4 years ago, 8 years, or 10 years ago. And one of those things is that you've got millions of refugees living abroad who can't go home. You have divisions within the Gulf that even if they get resolved on paper, there's so much ill will that's been built up over the last 3 years that it's gonna be hard to resolve them in practice or in reality. And you have an Iranian regime that isn't gonna go straight back to where it was 4 years ago or 8 years ago. It'll have its own demands based on what its perceptions are of progress other countries are making in the region. So I think that those debates aren't being had right now, and they're gonna have to be had at some point in the near future.
Thank you, Josh. Yeah, correct. I mean, after all, defense cooperation is a political tool, and we need our diplomats, and also we need policymakers to get together and aim for better politics. And on that note, I thank all my panelists, speakers. Have done a superb job, very insightful. Fantastic discussion. So I thank you very much. And on behalf of the National Council, I thank you again for joining us. Thank you and have a good day, everyone.
Colonel Abbas, thank you for your role in moderating, chairing this session, speaking with each of the participants as resource specialists, because when you have people who are focusing on the same region for their professional time, energies, and creativity, the likelihood of their duplicating or repeating or overlapping with one another is great, unless someone choreographs the priorities in terms of the speakers, what they will emphasize, what they will focus on, what they will not address, and leave to someone else to do. So we thank you immensely, Abbas, for this, and it was nice to know from Cynthia Bianco her relationship with Abdullah Babu, and she and I met him at the same place, same way, at the Gulf Research Center's annual Gulf Research meetings in Cambridge. This is something that once the pandemic is over, one can only hope that a growing number of Americans will participate in it. There are around 300 to 400 who participate annually. I have from the beginning, and it's been shocking and embarrassing to realize that of the 400, only a dozen at most Americans are participating in these sessions. And the reason has to do with the GCC countries in the 80s wanting to have a special cooperative agreement, accord relationship with the United States, like it was exploring with the European Union. But there were no takers on the American side. And so plan B on the GCC side was then to punt in the direction of the European Union. And so one of the easiest and earliest projects was for all of those in the GCC working on matters pertaining to the European Union have the names, spellings, communications, coordinates of all of these individuals, and vice versa. Those in the EU, then at 13 countries, then to 27 countries, had the same list of acquaintances, fellow scholars and researchers and writers and publicists in the GCC region. The US missed the boat on this, and there's nowhere near the degree of usness that needs to be brought into being between the United States and the Arab policymakers, such as the European Union has achieved and accomplished. And kudos to them for doing that. It's never too late in these fields to play catch-up ball and to do the right thing, or try to do the right thing at the right time for the right reasons, the right people, and inshallah, the right results. So thank you for your role as a moderator, chairman of this session, Colonel Abbas. And we will shift now. Also, after saying thank you to the superb panelists, to General Abizaid, with the bridge to that being a testimonial from one of our alumni.
Okay, everyone, we're going to go ahead and get started.
For me, Model Arab League is a great opportunity to learn more about the whole Arab world in that Middle Eastern region. I think it's a great way to build cross-cultural understandings because you get an opportunity to research, learn more about the history, culture, politics, and life in these countries that I have never been able to visit, but I feel very fortunate to get to learn a bit about them through debate and the proceedings here at Model Arab League conferences.
So something we really touched on during the unmoderated caucus was the potential for countries such as Somalia's, Marijuana's, and Sudan's agriculture.
The National Model Arab League has been a really awesome part of my life.
I've had the distinct honor of chairing the heads of state.
This year being a national chair, I've had the opportunity to basically become a published researcher as I wrote the background guide and found the topics for the committee. I have had the opportunity to meet with ambassadors from several different countries, and I even had the ability last November to travel to Qatar, where I got to speak with actual Qatari parliament members. I got to speak with government officials and learn so many things about this region of the world, and it has really opened my eyes to exactly what I want to do next, and led to me actually changing my major to focus on politics and hopefully go into international politics in the future.
So I think the Arab Court of Justice is very important for students because it's so different from all of the other councils.
Hello, everyone. If I could get the justices from the Arab Court of Justice to
It
come
gives
up front.
students the ability to be able to research more succinctly into one country's policy and stance on one particular topic.
So the Model Arab League program means to me a constant opportunity for professional development.
We're now on to JDC 1C. Are there any points or motions on the floor at this time? Mauritania?
With the National Council, I have participated in their summer internship program, as well as study visits to the region, specifically to Oman. But the Model Arab League program is where I have grown the most as a student and in the professional world. And it's broadened my horizons in my academics as well and helped expose me to the world.
Back again to you, ladies and gentlemen. We have a keynote address forthcoming momentarily by retired four-star General John Abizaid. General Abizaid was the commanding general of the U.S. Central Command, as is General McKenzie, who you heard from earlier, and as was General David Petraeus. I mean, 3 4-star generals. Now, I want you to ponder the implications of the following. The last time we had 3 4-star generals in the same session for one of these policymakers events was on September the 10th, the year being 2001, the day before 9/11. So that was a close call. that one here in the nation's capital. And those three were General P, General Joseph Orr, and General Tommy Franks. Actually, there were four, and General Anthony Zinni. So there were 16 stars in that session. Ladies and gentlemen, General Abizaid has had a mixed checkered career with many different exposures and experiences beyond what one would ordinarily attribute to a career military professional. He retired 13 years ago this year, and has been a private consultant during most of that period, but was appointed to the U.S. ambassador to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which he has accepted, and has been in that post right now to the present. And these remarks are coming from Riyadh. And yesterday he was in Jazan, which is on the Red Sea coast in the southwestern corner of Saudi Arabia. There 34 years in the military, and the longest serving former commanding general of the U.S. Central Command. He's also had an academic side with regard to posts at Harvard University, Stanford University, and his alma mater, West Point. He's received medals from the so-called area of responsibility, AOR countries, and not just in terms of Afghanistan and Egypt, but also from Germany and Australia and France. His specialty has also been in strategic plans and operations, which are vital to effective, appropriate, adequate policies. And so we welcome you to this session from your position in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, representing the United States. And individuals thinking that our ambassadors report directly to the Secretary of State, that's true. But the person who appoints them is the President, the Commander-in-Chief of the United States. General Abizaid.
Well, Dr. John Duke Anthony, thank you so much for that great introduction. The only thing worse than having 12 or 16 stars would have 20 of them. So, you don't want to have too many generals talking, because we only are one-dimensional figures, and we don't really know what to talk about in major times, right? So look, I'm delighted to be here, and I'm really delighted to talk to the National Council on U.S.-Arab Relations. You've done a great job with the council. I know you've heard many great speakers. I'm sure there's been all sorts of very interesting discussion points that have gone on. I'm going to speak to you fairly informally, and I'm going to talk to you about something I know about right now, and that is Saudi Arabia. Really, there's no country in the Gulf that's more important, as far as I'm concerned, to the foreign policy and strategic security of the United States of America than Saudi Arabia. And so what I want to do is talk about what's going on out here in kind of unambiguous terms. It's a complicated part of the world. It's a dangerous part of the world. It's an interesting part of the world. The Saudis have made my stay here as ambassador absolutely terrific, as far as access and ability to travel, see things, influence things. At the same time, they've been good partners. They've also been very clear in telling me what they think about many of the various things that are happening in the region. And of course, they're very, very familiar with the problems associated with public relations in the United States. I'm not going to talk at any great length about it, but they do know that they have quite a hurdle to overcome. But they also know that the strategic relationship is hugely important, not only to them, but to all of the Gulf region, and certainly, really, when you look at it, to the entire world. So, back in the years BC, and by that I mean before COVID, we were really moving along on some great projects here. And on the 12th of February, we had a wonderful meeting, which was a meeting at Quincy House celebrating our National Day, but more importantly, celebrating the 75th anniversary of the famous meeting between King Abdulaziz and President Franklin Delano Roosevelt on the USS Quincy, which is the name of the house I live in. And there was probably about 1,000 people there. People were enjoying each other's company. We were talking about the many reforms that had gone forward in Saudi Arabia. We were talking about the future of the relationship and also talk about how the relationship has had many ups and downs. Then COVID hit. And as you all know, especially right now, as we look at this big surge going on in the United States, COVID has not spared anybody in any region at any time. We've certainly had our challenges with it. Currently, we're in fairly good shape. Don't know how we're going to be as we go ahead. But COVID impacts the way that you deal with your interlocutors, deal with people that you want to go visit, deal with social functions, deal with the day-to-day policy of the United States of America. And having said that, I'd also tell you that in the past many months, we have continued to move the relationship forward. We just recently completed a strategic dialogue with the Saudis in Washington, D.C. that was chaired by their foreign minister. Many of their senior policymakers were there. It was also chaired on our side by our Secretary of State. Many of our senior policymakers were there. And the one thing I can say is that we had frank, very realistic, very important discussions about the global geopolitical situation in this part of the world and about the future of the relationship and the direction that we're headed. I can tell you that the relationship is sound. It is strategically vibrant and important, and it will require an awful lot of real care and real understanding as we move forward deeper into the decade. I mean, there's lots of things going on out here right now. You know that the G20 is going on. Saudi Arabia is the 18th largest economy on the planet, if you didn't know that. And Saudi Arabia happens to be the chair of this year's G20. And speaking of COVID, being the G20 chair in a COVID year is a pretty hard thing to do. But I want to report to you that it's been remarkable the way the Saudis have shifted everything that they've done to the virtual space in a way that's really gotten to some tough subjects economically, culturally, strategically, you name it. We're going to have the big leadership conference, and it's certainly been important, useful, and pretty inspiring in many regards. I want to talk a little bit about the old Saudi Arabia and the new Saudi Arabia. Look, I've been coming out in this part of the world for a long time. I spent a lot of my military career fighting in this part of the world. I'm delighted to say I'm not fighting now, although sometimes I wonder about that. And it's very interesting to see and remember back, see where things are now and remember back to how things were then. And what was fascinating back in the old days, you'd come here and it wasn't much of a happy place. And it certainly wasn't a place where women were seen in the mainstream, where they weren't really seen very often doing many different things. There was a deep separation in the society extremely conservative in the religious sense, not many opportunities to listen to music, watch shows, you know, indulge in the sorts of things that people in other places regard as being fun. And you had the interesting events would take place when you'd go down to the local souks at prayer time. If a woman happened to come by a religious policeman and he didn't think that that particular woman was properly clad, she would get hit with a stick. And these issues about conservatism, about modernity, seemed like they would never be addressed because the society at the center of Islam, like it is, was so intensely conservative. And then along comes a new king and a new crown prince. And the new king and the new crown prince embark upon a journey of reform where women have a place in the society, where women are CEOs of corporation, where women are allowed to drive in a place where they weren't allowed to drive before, where the opportunity for advancement to be part of the society is really important. In the previous Saudi Arabia, in the old Saudi Arabia, they were depriving themselves of 50% of the talent of the population, and today they're trying to unlock that. Granted, they still have a long way to go, but they're trying to unlock that. They have opportunities for fairs, festival, music, movie theaters opening, etc. And so I can only say to you that the old Saudi Arabia is not the Saudi Arabia I came to 2 years ago. It's a different place. It's a place that's thinking about the future, not reliving the past. It's a place where extremism is really not part of the fabric of life the way I used to feel it was in the past. And so while we understand the human rights issues that are frequently written about in the media in the United States, and we understand the difficulties with the war in Yemen and other security difficulties that Saudi Arabia is involved in, we also need to know and understand that this is a country that has embarked upon Vision 2030 in an effort to move the country into a more modern direction, to diversify the economy, to give its own people a chance to be in those jobs largely reserved for foreign expatriates in the past, and to ensure that they move this economy that's so oil-based, so particularly oil-based. They're trying to now move it away from that lone economy to a much more diversified economy. And it is a period of revolutionary change. Even in COVID, it continues to move forward, although the pace is slowed. And the pace is slowed for obvious reasons. It's slowed because the price of oil has cratered. The ability of the economy to absorb many of the projects that they've had is less able to do so than it was previously. So there's some economic slowdown, but the determination to move forward on the reforms, the determination to bring the kingdom into leadership in the Gulf in the 21st century is pretty well established. And you can expect them, especially as we start to come out of this COVID period, to move forward with some speed and alacrity to try to get these reforms moving forward. Now, a lot of people say to me, look, Saudi Arabia, the only reason we needed a relationship with Saudi Arabia in the past was because of oil. They shipped oil to the United States. The shipment of oil around the world through the Straits of Hormuz and the Bab el-Mandeb were the responsibility of the United States to protect. But in today's world, we produce enough of our own oil, we don't need them anymore. Well, that argument doesn't really work with me because we need Saudi oil in the global economy. We need Saudi diversification for the Gulf economy. We need Saudi strategic capability for the protection of a vital part of the globe, the crossroads of the globe, against a very difficult hand that has been dealt with regard to security. And so my view, and what I've tried to convey to my embassy officers here, is that I want the United States to be Saudi Arabia's #1 partner of choice as they move towards this diversification and attain the goals of Vision 2030. Now, I had the opportunity to command many hundreds of thousands of American soldiers over the years. Unfortunately, many of them in war in the Middle East. And those hundreds of thousands of troops made great sacrifice, fought with great courage, changed societies in ways that still are not clear to us. Yet I will tell you that these reforms in Saudi Arabia today, where extremism is being attacked and dismantled slowly but surely, offer more of a chance to win the global war on terrorism than the hundreds of thousands of troops we had here in active combat. So it is hugely to our advantage and the advantage of the developed world to pay attention to the reforms, to help them move forward in a way that allows for greater transparency, visibility, etc. Because Sunni Islamic extremism cannot exist in this country if they achieve the goals of Vision 2030. And we shouldn't lose sight of that fact. So let's talk a little bit about things that we do in the security partnership that we have with the Saudis. Of course, the Saudi Arabians are a huge consumer of American weapons. They have American trainers here. The relationship, in my view, has been unfortunately more transactional over the years than it should have been. We are moving in a way to move away from a transactional relationship to a transformational relationship. The reforms that are being made by the Saudi armed forces with the help of our military team and our military attaché and senior defense officer Glenn Hagler, Major General U.S. Army, have been remarkable. They will allow Saudi Arabia to more efficiently protect itself in this dangerous area and more efficiently use their armed forces in a way that are professional, consistent, and capable. And I'm very excited about the direction of this transformation and want it to continue. They're a great CT partner. You know that they have worked with us in many ways around the Gulf, not only in sharing information and intelligence, but also conducting operations. The success we've had against Sunni Islamic extremism, the fight against ISIS, the fight against Al-Qaeda has been hugely enabled by Saudi Arabia, and we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that that's the case. They've also done great work in the counter-ISIS fight, the counter-Al-Qaeda fight. They are manning a terrorist threat financing and targeting center that is very, very valuable in the fight against extremism. And I'm happy to report that the fight against extremism, while not won, is slowly but surely being won. And one of those reasons is because of the great efforts that Saudi Arabia is making currently to make sure that people understand that extremism of the kind evidenced by ISIS and Al-Qaeda is no longer a viable path for a society that wants to modernize and wants to have a better standard of living. So when you look at the fight against extremism, and we've talked about the fight against Sunni extremism, of which Saudi Arabia is a firm partner of the United States, we have to also pay attention to the second big problem in the region, which is the fight against Shia Islamic extremism, as evidenced by the IRGC Quds Force and the Islamic Revolutionary Republic led by the mullahs in Tehran. Now, this is not what the Islamic religion wants to have be the way that we talk about Islam in this part of the world. It has no bearing to Islam at all. It has a bearing to people that have hijacked the religion on the Sunni and Shia side and moved it in a direction that makes no sense for the good people in the region, to include the Iranians. While we must confront the IRGC Quds Force as an extremist organization, we must not malign the Iranian people, who are a great people and a good people who want to have a better life. If I were to characterize the difference between Saudi Arabia and Iran as we move into this great decade that we're in the beginning of, I would say Saudi Arabia has embraced Vision 2030 as a way to modernize and as a way to liberalize and as a way to move into a better future, while Iran remains fixated on Vision 1979, the year of the Islamic Revolution. Someday Iran will move out of that vision. Someday Iran will move to a better future for its own people. I don't know when that will be, but until that happens, I can't imagine the United States and Saudi Arabia not having to confront Iranian ambitions in a very difficult region. Of course, here in Saudi Arabia, we've had a very interesting time, at least since I've been the ambassador. I got here back in the late part of April and in early May, and all of a sudden we see the Iranian attacks on shipping in the Red Sea and in the Persian Gulf, also known to the Arabs, as you all know, as the Arabian Gulf. And it is constant harassment by proxy forces in Yemen, proxy forces in Iraq, proxy forces in Syria, proxy forces in Lebanon. It's a move to dominate the region ideologically, even though the people in the region don't welcome that kind of ideological domination. It should not be lost on any of us that back in a few months ago, that an attack was made directly from Iran against oil facilities in Saudi Arabia. It was debated in the media about whether it happened or not, but those of us that are here in Saudi Arabia and our Saudi Arabian colleagues, we know where it came from. It's very, very clear that that attack was designed to put the Saudi oil industry on notice, to drive the global oil prices into a bad direction. It didn't succeed. The Saudis were excellent in doing the repair work that was essential to do that. But it goes to show you how difficult it is to operate in this area when you have a primary antagonist like Iran, who is expansionistic, ideologically driven, extremist and focused, and trying to export its revolution to the various points around the region in order to be able to dominate the shipping lanes and dominate political decision-making in countries like Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Yemen. So there's a lot of talk, of course, that the opportunity of a new administration could be to move back towards negotiations with the Iranians. We should also note that the current administration has talked previously about negotiations with the Iranians. And while everyone would like to have peace with Iran and have Iran behave like a normal nation state, their behavior does not show them to be a state that wants to live in peace and a state that wants to be normal in a part of the world that's desperately trying to get back to normal. So the nuclear part of the equation certainly was the goal of the JCPOA, to keep Iran from developing a nuclear weapon. But unfortunately, it never really dug into the problems associated with proxy expansion and territorial acquisition and influence spreading throughout the region. And I would hope that as we think about reapproaching the Iranians in whatever way that might be, that we take into account the need to bring behavior in line with the norms of civilized nations. We cannot allow proxies to continue to do their work in places like Yemen. Not only did the Iranians attack Saudi Arabia directly from their own bases with their own missiles, they also give the Houthis in Yemen missile technology and capability, unarmed or unmanned aerial vehicle capability, and they have attacked into the civilian sectors of Saudi Arabia time after time after time without regard to worrying about civilian casualties whatsoever. So while we lament what has happened in Yemen, and we should, because it is a catastrophe with regard to the war and the humanitarian suffering, it's essential that all of us, Saudi Arabia, the United States, Iran, the Houthis, the UN, work towards some sort of a negotiated solution that allows Yemen to have an opportunity to be a real state again, to fix its many problems. The Houthis, unfortunately, have adopted a type of ideological affiliation with the Iranians that allow them or cause them to be aggressive and difficult, that cause them to get in the way of humanitarian action to relieve some of the suffering of civilians. Certainly the Saudis have had their own problems with regard to bombing campaigns in Yemen against Houthi targets, but I can tell you that there has been a substantial reform made with the help of the United States Armed Forces in professionalizing the Air Force in the way that that campaign is conducted. And while we do not aid them directly, the indirect opportunities to advise them have lessened civilian casualties to a great degree. That's really not enough for any of us. What's got to be enough for all of us is a negotiated solution that finds peace in Yemen and a solution that is internationally acceptable and, most importantly, acceptable to the people in Yemen. We've got great power competition going on out here. Chinese economic activity is rolling hard and fast. I was in Jazan yesterday visiting an American company, that's a very good American company doing a very good project with Aramco, but right next to them was a very good Chinese company doing a very great project with Aramco. So Chinese competition in Saudi Arabia, which wasn't necessarily seen so easily a few years ago, is up and running and requires us to really pay attention to it. Doesn't mean that we need to confront it, but it does mean that we need to be able to compete, especially in an important economic place here. Russia is to the north. Russia is moving around into other areas. They're helping the Syrians, of course, and moving into difficult areas around the Middle East. It's hard to know exactly what their goals are. I guess we can say they're probably not unlike the goals have always been from the imperial days of Russia. Move down into the Mediterranean, give yourself an opportunity to have some warm water ports and have the opportunity to play part of the geopolitical activity and games that are extant in that area. Turkish power is evident. It's moving throughout the region in a way that is very unusual. And so as the old order of the Middle East has changed and American influence and power has diminished, it is not unusual to see greater powers and bigger powers moving into the area in an effort to try to influence the action among smaller states and bigger states. The GCC is fractured with the problem associated with Qatar. It is hoped that Saudi Arabia can take the lead in solving that, because in order to have a firm way to confront Iran, the GCC has to be together. And then finally, there's the Abraham Accords, which, as far as I'm concerned, have presented a great opportunity for this part of the world to move to a different level of discussion, to talk country to country. You've noticed that Saudi Arabia, although they have not joined into the discussions directly, they have not prevented them among their allies, and they have even assisted in allowing their airspace to be used in the transit of various aircraft between the Gulf states that are moving to normalize relations with Israel. Israel, Saudi Arabia, the GCC, many of the states in the region do not want an expansionist Iran to continue to expand. It requires that they work with Israel in the security realm to find solutions to problems. And while I think that will continue, I also think that all the countries out here, to include Saudi Arabia, will look for ways to find peaceful solutions to these many problems that are extant in the region. Look, there's a lot of other things I could talk about, but we're really out of time with regard to the things that the United States and Saudi Arabia do together. We have a great educational and cultural exchange. There's been over 250,000 Saudi students in the last 10 years studying in the United States. They come back and they want to be part of the future. They are working in Aramco, they're working in new companies. They're working to build a new city out in the Red Sea area near Neom. There are Saudi engineers in places where I've never seen them before, Saudi executives running companies that I've never seen before. So much of this has to do with their relationship to the United States of America and the fact that they've trained and educated themselves here. And we should hope that we continue to develop this opportunity. 44,000 students currently in the States today from Saudi Arabia, but we also need to bring American students to Saudi Arabia to learn this culture. One of the problems we've had in our relationship with the Middle East for so many years is our lack of understanding and our unwillingness to understand. We need to learn the language, we need to learn the culture, we need to be out here, work with them in ways other than security, to give them American advice, know-how, ingenuity to improve the opportunity for a better future. So with that, that pretty well brings me to the end of my talk. I don't really think there's much controversy here. I know there's a lot of feeling in various quarters in the United States that Saudi Arabia is not a friendly state, that Saudi Arabia doesn't really want to be a partner of the United States. My view is Saudi Arabia is a great partner of the United States. Our relationship has not been without its ups and downs, nor is it perfect today. We certainly need to continue to talk about human rights. We need to talk about various other problems associated with gaining transparency and opportunity for their own people and for our own people as well. And we need to continue that dialogue. But the strategic importance, the security importance, the importance of enabling the 2030 reforms to achieve success are, in my view, vital to our national interests. The mutual interests of Saudi Arabia and the United States are not always equivalent, but they are more important today than I think at any time since I've been in this particular part of the region. We need to continue the partnership with them. We need to continue tough dialogue with them, but we also need to continue to ensure that we know how to work with them as a team. So my belief is that the future of Saudi Arabia is bright. Their direction is towards greater liberalization and transparency. The things that they need to work on, we need to work on with them, and that we should do everything we can to continue this relationship, make it stronger, and ensure that the reform process that has been started moves to its ultimate success. So, Dr. Anthony, that's what I have to say for tonight. And I appreciate the opportunity to have this discussion with you.
Thank you so much, General Ambassador General, for a superb tour de horizon, covering the waterfront, so to speak. It's hard to imagine a clearer, more forthright presentation of the priorities of interest. You mentioned the strategic, the security, the economic, more or less in that order, but facilitated not by accident or coincidence, but by political actions, diplomatic actions. And you are at the tip of the spear to provide that kind of leadership and representation for the United States. We're fortunate, sir. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks for this opportunity, Dr. Anthony. I really appreciate it. Thanks. Bye.
Look forward to seeing you. Bye-bye.
Indeed.
But entertained in that Regnum period with music from an outstanding singer, Arab from Morocco, who we've had in the last 2 days, Ms. Nidal Ibour from Morocco. Ms. Nidal, we look forward to listening to you again, and also to hearing testimonials from the alumni of some of the National Council's programs, especially those from our Youth Leadership Development Program, for which we have 50,000 alumni so far, and the number is growing.
Hi, I am Kennedy Anderson. I am a current senior at Converse College. I am a political science major and a dance minor. This will be my 4th year participating in the Youth Development Leadership Program, or Model Arab League. Some benefits of this program, aside from the amazing travel opportunities to the region to learn policy from policymakers in the MENA region, I would also say the professional experience is something so beneficial from this program. This past summer, I had the opportunity to participate in the summer internship with the National Council, and I was able to gain immeasurable experience in that program. I got to spearhead the online Model Arab League program, and I got to work with international schools in coordinating with them, and that has boosted my resume skills. I also had the opportunity to learn how to coordinate on a large scale, both domestically and internationally, and that is all owed to this program. That has really aided me in my graduate school application process and my process when applying to jobs as I get ready to graduate. I would recommend this program to every single student in the United States and internationally. I think it is so beneficial for everyone to have this leadership and travel experience.
Carly Jo Collins, and I'm a senior at Hollins University, where I'm getting my major in biology on the pre-medical sciences track with a minor in chemistry. I have been working with the National Council's Youth Leadership Development Program for 4 years now. I've done this through study visits to the nation of Qatar, as well as multiple years in the Model Arab League, helping to run committees. At this time, the main reason I joined this leadership program and the reason I've continued with it all 4 years at Hollins University is because I want to be a doctor who isn't just a doctor in a white coat. I want to be able to have conversations with individuals about their cultures, their lives, their politics, and just their general well-being without just being someone who only knows the sciences. And that's something I've been able to do with the National Council for 4 years now. Throughout this time, I have learned more about empathy, how to talk to people, how to learn about other cultures without being offensive or neglecting very key aspects of what makes people an individual and how that works to shape them as a whole. This has been through, like I said, education, as far as study visits where we learned about cultures through their food, through their museums, through their history, through what made them unique in their region, especially given the fact that when you're looking all over the globe, we tend to group countries up to by who their neighbors are and what they are rather than what their individuals are. And that's something that the National Council has really helped me learn through their leadership program, as far as looking at the individual as a whole, seeing who people are, learning how that helps us to help them through empathy and other sources of knowledge. Thank you.
Okay, everyone, we're going to go ahead and get started.
For me, Model Arab League is a great opportunity to learn more about the whole Arab world in that Middle Eastern region. I think it's a great way to build cross-cultural understandings because you get an opportunity to research, learn more about the history, culture, politics, and life in these countries that I have never been able to visit, but I feel very fortunate to get to learn a bit about them through debate and the proceedings here at Model Arab League conferences.
Are there any points or motions on the floor at this time? Yes, Palestine. All in favor? All opposed? We will see you in 2020.
Hello everyone, my name is Nadal Ibork and I'm a Moroccan singer based in Montreal, Canada. I am very pleased and honored to be with you today in the Arab-U.S. Policy Conference in Washington, D.C. The next song that I'll be presenting to you is dedicated to all women in the Arab world and specifically in the Gulf region. The song is performed by a well-known Saudi singer, Muhammad Abdu. I hope you will enjoy it. مثل صبية في الغواني ما تشوف ناشرات الفل والنقش اليماني في الكفوف والعيون الضاج من تحت المقالم فيها خوف مثل صبية في الغواني ما تشوف ناشرات الفل والنقش اليماني في الكفوف والعيون الضاج من تحت المقالم فيها خوف خوف يسبي الناظرين يبعت الحب الدفين خوف يسبي الناظرين يبعت الحب الدفين خوف يسبي الناظرين يبعت الحب الدفين يا معين اعذروني في الهوى يا أهل الملام والسباب نظرة وربي قد بلاني بالصيام لو حصل مرة ومحبوبي دعاني باهتمام اعذروني في الهوى يا أهل الملام والسباب نظرة وربي قد بلاني بالصيام لو حصل مرة ومحبوبي دعاني باهتمام أنسى روحي والأنين والهوى عندي مكين أنسى روحي والأنين والهوى عندي مكين أنا أنسى روحي والأنين والهوى عندي مكين يا معين.
It's not about being tallest. It's not about being first or smartest. It's not even about being the best. It's not about magazine covers or awards, doubling revenue, cutting overhead. It's not about the bottom line. What we do every day is about enriching the human experience. We design buildings for people, for the nurse working overtime, the firefighter running towards the fire. We design for the homesick mom Skyping with her kids, the line worker, the entrepreneur. We do it for the first-year teacher and that sixth grader trying her best to understand pi. Architecture is the best job in the world, but we don't do it for us. We do it for you. Leo A. Daly. Design for people.
I think the Arab Court of Justice is very important for students because it's so different from all of the other councils.
Hello, everyone. If I could get the justices from the Arab Court of Justice.
It gives students the ability to be able to research more succinctly into one country's policy and stance on one particular topic.
So the Model Arab League program means to me a constant opportunity for professional development.
We're now on to JDC 1C. Are there any points or motions on the floor at this time? Mauritania.
With the National Council, I have participated in their summer internship program, as well as study visits to the region, specifically to Oman. But the Model Arab League program is where I have grown the most as a student and in the professional world. And it's broadened my horizons and my academics as well, and helped expose me to the world.
The National Model Arab League has been a really awesome part of my life. This year being a national chair, I've had the opportunity to basically become a published researcher as I wrote the background guide and found the topics for the committee. I have had the opportunity to meet with ambassadors from several different countries, and I even had the ability last November to travel to Qatar, where I got to speak with actual Qatari parliament members. I got to speak with government officials and learn so many things about this region of the world, and it has really opened my eyes to exactly what I want to do next and led to me actually changing my major to focus on politics and hopefully go into international politics in the future.
It's only human to strive, to stumble, to weep, to comfort, but also to believe, to reinvent, and push where no one thought possible. Because in a world of ever-growing demand and ever-evolving expectation, we believe there are some things only humans can do. Like having the imagination to envision a better future and to make it reality. The passion to be awed by nature and also to protect it. The courage to explore new frontiers and search for a better way. The empathy to recognize our differences and to overcome them. Being human takes energy, and we're using ours to create new solutions to help meet the needs of people on this planet in affordable, reliable, and ever cleaner ways. For 140 years, generations of problem solvers across the globe, with determined ingenuity, shouldering incredible responsibility, relentlessly striving to achieve the impossible. This is our challenge each day, to power the world forward and enable human progress. Only humans can make such a vision a reality. It won't be easy, but it's only human to try.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we have the final concluding session of this year's 29th annual Arab-U.S. Policymakers Conference. And we couldn't have two more distinguished, experienced, highly educated professionals, foreign affairs practitioners to bring our discussions, our deliberations, our disagreements, our debates full circle and on a note on which to leave. And of course, for both of you, we've been trying to examine the implications of the most recent presidential elections for U.S. relations with the Arab region. Of course, and you have been a teacher of this concept, Ragida. You don't use the word Arab world, you prefer Arab region, so you persuaded me. So the Arab region and the Middle East and the Islamic world, they're interrelated, interconnected, but they're also distinctly and profoundly different. But it's the Arab component of it, because there are 22 Arab countries. There's only one Iran, one Turkey, one Israel, one Pakistan, one Afghanistan, but 22 Arab countries, 28 Middle Eastern countries, and 57 members of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. And that is the Islamic world's highest political organization. General David Petraeus is a member of the National Council on U.S.-Arab Relations International Advisory Board, and we're lucky to have him agree to do that, because this individual's time and energies and creative efforts are stretched thin, so to speak. And you'll understand why and how if I just mention a few aspects about his extraordinary biography. And I try not to read these things, to have as good an eye contact as I possibly can, and the chemistry that goes with it. Only I am aware of what I forgot to say, and so will General Petraeus and Ragida as well. General Petraeus had a distinguished career in the United States military. He's the only American armed forces officer to get the highest ranking score in the U.S. Army Ranger School, which involves being a parachutist amongst many other extraordinarily difficult skills to master or acquire, and also at the U.S. Army's Command and General Staff College. These are two feats that have not been equaled by others, but that's not all. Very few U.S. Army four-star generals, there are some others, but very few, can almost count them on your fingers of your hand, one hand at that, who have also received their PhD, and not at any sort of community college or a freshwater college, but rather at Princeton University, where I was privileged to be able to study Arabic. He received his PhD in international relations and economics. Now, many have international relations as a degree, but not as many link it also to economics. So it's not surprising that he is a partner of KKR International, which is a major investor, a major player in the U.S. commercial trade and investment dynamics and relations, not just between the United States and its Arab friends, Arab allies, Arab partners, but throughout the world, Western Europe, North America generally, Central America, South America, and South Asia, Southeast Asia, and East Asia as such. So he's very much in demand for his insights and his advice. Now, what kinds of insights and advice? Those because he's been at the tip of the spear in 5 different general command positions in combat. And so he's got many decorations, both from the United States as well as a dozen or more other countries that have acknowledged and been aware and appreciative of his contributions to world affairs. Now, imagine this, that after his retirement from the military, he received a vote of 94-0 in the U.S. Senate as the director of the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency. I'm unaware of anyone achieving that vote of confidence and trust and vote of competence on top of confidence and trust. General Petraeus has now spoken several times at the National Council's annual Arab-U.S. Policymakers Conference. And to interview him, have a discussion with him, conversation with him, it's guaranteed to be dynamic. Neither is ever asleep at the wheel or idling at the intersection there. With regard to Raghida Dirham, who's also been much acknowledged and aware and appreciated by a large segment of those who follow international affairs and foreign relations. For the longest time, she was the doyen or the dean of the foreign correspondence at the United Nations in New York. She's been awarded recognition as within the top 50 Arab women leaders on an annual basis. And on one occasion, she was acknowledged as #1 Arab women's leader. So what a role model. And on top of that, she is a founder and director of the Beirut Institute, which has been holding annual seminars in Abu Dhabi and elsewhere. But due to the pandemic, of course, these have not had the same virtuality as before or in other occasions. But on a bi-weekly basis, starting last spring, going right straight through May, June, and July, taking a breather in August, and then back on her feet, running uphill again in September, usually with 4 people of diverse backgrounds, diverse nationalities, diverse ethnicities, and diverse areas of expertise. Raghida Dirham, we're fortunate indeed to have you with us once again, and for you and David Petraeus to have a go at it. You have the floor, Raghida.
Thank you so very much for this privilege. Thank you very much, Jean-Luc Anthony, for the tradition now that allows me to have a conversation with General Petraeus. It's been our 3rd year, and hopefully next year it will be your 30th anniversary, I think. So hopefully the tradition will continue as it was before, live rather than virtual. So good luck to you and congratulations on a very successful conference so far. We want to congratulate under your leadership, of course, always, Patrick Mancino, who has been really an amazing pillar in making sure that these annual conferences are successful. General Petraeus, what an honor, the privilege to have the chance to have the next 40 minutes of a conversation with you, because I always learn a lot from you. And I thank you for being such a great supporter of both Hussar and of Beirut Institute. So with this, I will start by asking you, General Petraeus, so is it a done deal now with the elections? Is it over? Are we now clearly with the president-elect called Joe Biden, or are you expecting surprises all the way from now till the 20th of January?
Well, first of all, thanks very much to John Duke for the invitation to be back with the National Council. As you note, it has become an annual tradition to do this with you, Raghida, and I thank you for that as well. I would probably defer to the legal experts on what might still be done, but it sure seems to me that, if, as they say, the fat lady has not yet sung, she has certainly been clearing her throat for quite some time. All of the major news organizations, which are very, very careful before announcing a projection of victory, have indeed done just that. There appear to be no serious allegations of the kind of fraud that would overturn one of the elections. You've had the recount in the state that was the closest of all, Georgia, hand recount, and the outcome is still what it was, with President-elect Biden taking that state. and even if there's a machine recount. So again, I just don't see any prospect for uncertainty here at this point in time. And as I have noted before, as General Jack Keane, who's very respected by President Trump, in fact, he was awarded the National Medal of Freedom by the president for his work after leaving uniform, noting that he was a major mentor of mine. But as he used to say when he was a two-star general, and I was privileged to be his chief of operations plans and training in the great 101st Airborne Division, he used to tell battalion and brigade commanders, if you really love your unit, you will actually get out of the unit before your incoming replacement arrives, so he can move into the office immediately, move into your house immediately, and be welcome in the area, so that when he actually or she takes the colors of that organization in the change of command ceremony, the entire focus of the new commander can be on the unit rather than on hanging pictures at home or in the office or what have you. And I would submit that the same is true really when it comes to our country, and it's long since time that we got on with allowing the kind of proper transition that has taken place, even when there have been serious disputes, such as in the case of the Florida election, where the recounts in a very, very close margin, ultimately a victory for President George W. Bush. But by the way, the 9/11 Commission, that was a bipartisan process, did conclude that some of the uncertainty and the delay in the transition from the Clinton to the Bush administration may have resulted in some of the failures to connect the dots, as it is said, to put together the various pieces of intelligence that the FBI had or the CIA had, or other elements of the intelligence and law enforcement communities, to connect and identify what became the perpetrators of the 9/11 attack. So there are potentially serious consequences if the transition is not sufficient and complete, noting that, of course, no one has been as experienced as President-elect Biden, 8 years as the vice president, decades in the Senate, and so forth in key positions, with a team that is going to come into government that is very, very experienced as well.
General Petraeus, talk to me about the serious consequences that you just mentioned. What does that mean? What happens to the country if we do get to the 20th of January and things are not going in the way that you wish them to go? What price will the country pay? Where will we be?
What President-elect Biden has said quite pointedly is that more people will die, because again, the crisis that faces the country right now is not that which ultimately manifested itself in the 9/11 attacks, a terrorist attack. I don't see the kind of capability out there resident in Al-Qaeda or the Islamic State or other would-be terrorist entities. The threat is at home right now. It is the pandemic. And the response to the pandemic has been patchwork. It has not been adequate, clearly. I mean, it defies logic to say that it has been adequate if you have 250,000 Americans who have died. We are approaching, still some way from it, but approaching the number of individuals who lost their lives in combat in World War II, to give some perspective to how significant a number this is. And clearly, when the new administration takes over, we want to be absolutely certain that the incoming team is completely up to speed on how the process and logistics and activities associated with administering the vaccines, how all of that will work. To be completely up to speed in the details of that. I mean, there's been very heartening news in the course of the last week that there are 2 vaccines with an efficacy that is roughly 95% or thereabouts, which is extraordinary, way beyond what the hopes were. But that is not the challenge. The challenge is how to mass produce, put in bottles, vials, and then, of course, administer, noting that the Pfizer vaccine has to be kept at very, very low temperatures or it loses its potency. So that's just one example. And again, it was Vice President, or is it President Biden, President-elect Biden, who used the words, "More people will die if there is not an efficient and effective and complete transition process."
Right. Can I ask General two questions? How difficult can President Trump make the life of President-elect Biden if he continues to challenge the validity of this election? And I want to combine this with another question. What if the Senate goes Republican? Do you think this is going to cripple the ability of the Biden administration to perform, including, for example, confirming nominations? Tell me about that angle of the Senate, and particularly through the Georgia recount.
Well, look, I'm not, the expert on domestic politics, and I'd rather defer to those that are. But since you asked the questions, before we get on to the areas that are a bit more my normal expertise, foreign policy, security affairs, and so forth, I think, again, what is being done right now is obviously not only just making the transition difficult. Right now, it is making it impossible, because until the individual in the Government Services Administration makes the assessment and signs the document that allows the transition process to begin, it will not actually formally begin, and you will not have the release of funds, the provision of office space, the authorization of landing teams to go into the various departments and agencies of the executive branch, and also the receipt of classified briefings and so forth. Ironically, the Vice President-elect right now is receiving intelligence briefings because she's a member of the Senate Intelligence Committee. The President-elect, however, is not. And so again, a number of these issues clearly need to be resolved, but they cannot until you have that attestation or what have you that the GSA has to make. Clearly, there would be a difference in the realm of the possible, one would assume, if the Senate remains in Republican hands, either through winning one or both of the seats that are still to be contested in early January in the state of Georgia. And obviously that will create wrinkles for a democratically led executive branch, even though the House is Democratic. And when it comes to confirmation of cabinet officials, it could reduce the possibilities in some respects for the president once he assumes office to nominate individuals. And obviously, when it comes to a variety of different policies, this would be a constraint at the least. And depending on how much bipartisan activity can be achieved, it could be even beyond that. We know from experience what can happen if a Senate just does not want to allow a president to have legislative achievements. One would hope that that is something in the rearview mirror, and that the most experienced former senator to be the president in the form of President Biden would figure out how to get his agenda pursued, at least in considerable part, by working with his former colleagues in the Senate from the Republican side of the aisle.
Gotcha. Jared Petraeus, you're used to me doing ping pong conversation with you, so I'm going to take you to your area of expertise. And since we have a lot of foreign affairs, foreign policy issues to cover, I know China is a priority, but I want to start with Russia. Russia seems to be going through a tough time. Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia, seems to be surrounded by problems from everywhere, including even Syria, where he's not feeling very well in his skin. He's got trouble with Recep Tayyip Erdogan, the president of Turkey, and he's got, from Georgia to Moldova. He's in a bit of trouble. How is this going to impact the relationship of Russia with the United States in a Biden presidency? What do you see? And I'm going to just go through Russia quickly, and then I'm going to...
Let me just answer on Russia first. Look, I think that there will be a different relationship between the U.S. And Russia over what we have seen in recent years, where in some ways there was the traditional kind of activity, which was to push back against Russian invasion in parts of Georgia, Ukraine, intimidation of the Baltic states, and a variety of other activities in Syria, Libya, you name it. But there has been undeniably a reluctance in the White House to take some of the actions against Russia, particularly when it involves some of the interference that they undertook in the previous presidential election, when they sought to inflame the existing differences in our society, and also reportedly to put a finger on the scales of that particular election. So there will not be that kind of presence in this particular foreign policy. And in the Biden administration, you can expect certainly that there will be a renewed embrace of alliances, of partnerships, even while insisting that alliance partners of NATO do meet the 2% of GDP spent on defense objective that was established at the Wales summit of NATO some years back. And also that there will be an embrace of climate change, once again, a return to Paris, the climate accord, a continued presence in the World Health Organization, and indeed working through multilateral and international institutions and organizations. And that will include Russia, as well as presumably the coherent and comprehensive whole of governments approach that one would expect for the most important relationship in the world, which would be the US and China as well. There will also be a renewed emphasis. There will also be a renewed emphasis on human rights, which has not featured that prominently in recent years. And so I think you can expect quite a few differences in general, and then specifically when it comes to the US with Russia, also the US with some of the other countries around the world as well.
So on Russia and Syria, the Obama administration doesn't have a very good legacy in its policies towards Syria. Some in the administration later on in the Obama administration regretted some things that were done or not done for Syria. How do you see a Biden administration dealing with Syria? Is it going to sort of be an extension of the Obama administration's policies there? And particularly in as far as, you know, how do you see Russia is doing in Syria? Iran is doing in Syria? How do you find, give us-
one question at a time, please, Ragida.
Okay.
So when it comes to a Biden administration in Syria, I think you are accurate in saying that even members of that administration look back on Syria and ask whether they could have done certain things better. It is at least according to Hillary Clinton's book and Leon Panetta's book and others, when I was CIA director, they report that I made certain recommendations about what might have been done, and decisions were not made to follow those recommendations. It's hard to imagine the situation could have been worse than what resulted, although certainly there were never assurances that the objectives of some of what might have been could have been achieved. But ultimately, I think you do have to give the Obama-Biden administration credit for returning US forces to Iraq, putting them into Syria. In the case of Syria, building the Syrian Democratic Forces in northeastern Syria, and enabling those forces to defeat the Islamic State as an army controlling a caliphate, and obviously to eliminate that caliphate, and to do the same in support of Iraqi forces in the land of the two rivers. So I think that is not a trivial achievement. Certainly the final destruction of the caliphate was conducted under the current administration, which did take some intelligent initiatives as well in terms of pushing decision-making authority down, eliminating some of the overly restrictive use of air power, although that was a bit more an Afghan issue, and modestly increasing the number of resources devoted to Iraq and Syria. But of course, in more recent times, there has been the pull out, then the put back, and so forth. My hope would be that the effort to end endless wars, which is very understandable, and no one wants that more than a former soldier, especially one who commanded those wars, but that it would be done, as candidate Biden said, responsibly. And I think that the way to continue our efforts in Syria, in Iraq, in Afghanistan, and a number of other countries is to make a sustained commitment that's very, very necessary for the dynamics of those particular countries and situations, that they recognize that the U.S. is there to stay until some political or other arrangement is agreed, but that commitment is sustainable in terms of the expenditure of blood and treasure. So you have a sustainable commitment. That is very necessary in northeastern Syria, where obviously without us, the regime forces supported by Russia and the Hezbollah of Iran and the Quds Force and so forth, and perhaps in other respects, Turkish forces would very quickly compete to reassert control over the areas of the Syrian Kurds and also those Syrian Sunni Arabs that are in that northeastern area of Syria, roughly northeast of the Euphrates River. And then you also have the enclave down at the Iraq-Syria border crossing, which we also need to sustain. Again, that would be my hope. And based on the statements, again, of candidate Biden saying that, yes, we want to end endless wars, but to do it responsibly, I think that's not a vain hope. I think it could materialize as a policy. Keeping in mind that there were lessons learned from the Obama-Biden administration when we withdrew all of our combat forces from Iraq, only to have the prime minister of Iraq then pursue highly ruinous sectarian policies that alienated the Sunni Arabs that we had fought to get back into the fabric of society, and had done that together, by the way, with that same prime minister, and then violently put down peaceful demonstrations and completely overlooked the fact that that was allowing Al-Qaeda in Iraq, by then the Islamic State, to reconstitute itself, and of course to gain additional power in Syria and eventually establish the caliphate that included substantial parts of northern Iraq and northeastern Syria.
General, I have so much ground to cover, but a quick question. I'll try to be very precise on this one. Do you think the Biden administration will or should go ahead and maintain the sanctions that the Trump administration has imposed on Syrian officials?
I think they'll think very, very hard about that. And when it comes to the Syrian officials, to see what the removal of that might gain if it is to restart some kind of negotiation to ultimately reach a negotiated settlement of the Syria issue. The challenge, as you know, has been that the various parties to what really was a civil war have never been sufficiently close, or at times even in the same room where the supposed negotiations were being supported by Russia or what have you, right, that they are within reach of a reasonable negotiation. And again, one reason that I believe a sustained commitment that is sustainable is necessary is to signal to Bashar al-Assad and his murderous regime and those who are supporting him that the U.S. is fine about staying there, because again, it is a sustainable commitment in terms of blood and treasure, unless there is a reasonable political solution that could be durable and would be verifiable and would include safeguards in case its provisions were violated.
So let me, I know you want to speak about China and I want to speak about China. I just was wondering if I should just
Happy
continue
to
with
stay in the Middle East. This is the National Council on U.S.-Arab Relations.
Yes,
so.
let's stay in the Middle East and I'll conclude with China, so if you don't mind that I do that. So that takes me directly to Iran. In fact, China can be part of this question because there's been a pact between China and Iran that's signed for 25 years, I believe. And there's been a lot of talk now about potential, and apparently, allegedly, there are talks going on between Iranian officials and the Biden team to assure them that there will be a return to the JCPOA, there will be a lifting of sanctions. And sources tell me, I don't know if you have the same assessment, that the Iranians are feeling quite good and confident about things going their way with the Biden presidency. Do you think it's wise, General Petraeus, to just lift sanctions right away and then talk about it?
Well, I think, as always, it's worth revisiting the JCPOA, recalling the good features and also the not so good features. I mean, we should acknowledge that the nuclear agreement did eliminate all of the medium enriched uranium. It eliminated 98 or 99% of the low enriched uranium. It dramatically reduced the number of centrifuges spinning. It eliminated the plutonium path to a bomb. It turned the deeply buried hardened site in Fordo into a research facility, and it had a reasonably intrusive inspection mechanism that still does function to this day, and is telling us, of course, that there are worrisome developments taking place in the nuclear program of Iran, which is once again enriching and carrying on activities that it had stopped doing and continued to stop doing until the sanctions were imposed by the United States. Now, of course, there were some downsides to the agreement. They did not address the missile program, which has been more and more worrisome to our own forces, to our partners and allies in the region, not just the Gulf states, but all the way reaching as far as Israel. And of course, it did nothing about the so-called malign activity, which has been so concerning over the years, and is an element of Iran's pursuit of hegemony over the Shia crescent from Iran through Iraq, through Syria, down into southern Lebanon, and the efforts to Lebanonize Iraq and Syria. In other words, to establish very powerful militias on the streets, such as you have in Lebanon with Hezbollah, and then to achieve very powerful, ideally veto-proof blocks in the legislature, in the Council of Representatives in Baghdad, similar to what the Hezbollah coalition has been able to achieve in Beirut. So again, all of this is sort of the context in which this takes place. And I am not, and also I should absolutely mention the end dates, the sunset clauses for various elements of the agreement, after which Iran's agreement or embrace of the Non-Proliferation Treaty's additional protocol, which we're not sure they will in fact follow and agree and obey, if you will. So there is an uncertainty, and these various components start ending around the 10-ish timeframe from the date of signature. Well, that's, that date of signature was 5 or 6 years ago. So those end dates are much closer now and much more worrisome now. So it's not necessarily the right answer to just return to that agreement if in fact the Iranians will return to the agreement, which is not assured. Who has the whip hand in Iran when it comes to this? Is it the deep state, the security state, which runs so much of the country, or is it the visible state, which is facing elections next year and probably will see a more hardline figure than the current elected president of the country who of course has gone through an experience where he agreed with the Americans only to have that agreement not honored, even though they did not violate the JCPO in any significant manner. So again, I'm not sure that this is a given. So clearly there's going to have to be a process of, again, returning to the negotiating table. There could be some kind of freeze for a freeze that I have discussed with you in the past as one of the options that, in fact, the current administration might have adopted just to stop the alarming development in the nuclear program for now, while we stop or peel off some of the sanctions, but by no means all. And again, do we want to return wholeheartedly to an agreement whose end dates are approaching and would fall during, some of them would fall during the current administration's term, and which it does nothing about the other components of Iranian activity that are so worrisome, the missile and malign activity. So again, this is a much more complex issue, I think, in many respects than just saying, okay, you know, if we lift the sanctions, will you return? I'm not sure that is advisable. And I'm not even sure that, again, the visible state in Iran has that authority at this point in time, and given the experience and the approach of elections next year.
Would you advise the Biden administration to correct the wrongs that were done in the first set of negotiations for the JCPOA? Not only the administration, Obama administration, it was the 5 permanent members plus Germany, who agreed to not include what you call the malign activities of Iran in the neighborhood, in the Middle East, in the Arab geography, precisely. So would you advise the Biden administration to just say, no, yes, at this point, we cannot allow the goodwill that was shown to you in the hope that you would do better, and then insist that these activities, that the regional ambitions of Iran are on the table when there is the rediscussion of the JCPOA, including the very important details you mentioned?
Well, the problem is, of course, that there was a hope that there would be goodwill shown on the Iranian side once the agreement was entered into force and sanctions were lifted and Iran was allowed to re-enter the global economy and export oil and so forth, and that then they would be able to move on to address these other issues. But of course, that moment never arrived. And on the other hand, we are now, again, much closer to the sunset clauses, as I noted, than we were, again, 5 or more years ago when the agreement was initially signed. I mean, let's face it, the Israeli defense chief at that time, senior military Israeli figure, said that the JCPOA made Israel safer for 10 years. And again, there is a reason for that 10-year period. So again, this is much more complex, I think, than it might appear on the surface. And of course, if you're going to do anything with that JCPOA to reopen some aspects of it, that's a very significant step. No guarantee that Iran would be willing to do that. And of course, again, we have to get the P5+1, the permanent 5 members of the United Nations Security Council, plus the EU, with us on this.
How about some Arab countries, General? No, don't you think some Arab countries need to be in, not only EU, as part of this conversation?
Well, they certainly need to be part of the conversation. And as you well know, one hears repeatedly the disappointment from that period in the past when the negotiations were going on without them being made fully aware of them. So certainly they need to be included in, informed along the way, but I don't know that you would expand this beyond the P5+1 just because of the sheer logistical challenges of adding additional countries to that. But certainly being informed and having an opportunity to provide their views as well, I think would be very, very well advised.
General Petraeus, it seems that you're ruling out just a bilateral agreement between the United States and Iran. Or did I hear you correctly?
Well, again, this was not a bilateral agreement. This was an agreement between the P5+1 and Iran. So now you could do a freeze for a freeze might be a bilateral agreement. But again, to truly get the JCPOA in force, we're going to have to get the P5+1 back. And of course, there are other dynamics that affect Russia and China that were not around in those days. So this is, again, what I'm trying to lay out is that the complexities here are very considerable and much more considerable than are often laid out in some of the very short discussions that you get in some of the media coverage of this.
Before I just want to ask you quickly about the China-Iran pact. Does it worry you? Do you think it's a game changer? That China is going to threaten the US via its relationship with Iran if things don't go right?
Well, this is where you've got to come out quite a bit. And again, understand the strategic context in which this might play out. The most important relationship in the world by far is the US-China relationship. That's recognized not just by the US and China, but I assume by all the other countries in the world as well. It does a great deal to establish the geostrategic context of global geopolitics. And again, each country, the US and China, needs to consider what other activities with other countries might affect the state of the US-China relationship. One presumes, again, that the incoming administration will try to achieve what might be described as a coherent, comprehensive whole of governments approach with an S on the end, because it would be not just America first or alone, it would be America with all of our alliance and partner nations around the world to the extent that is possible. It would include international and multilateral organizations and institutions and norms. It would hopefully include going back to the Trans-Pacific Partnership, although that might be a domestic political challenge for an organization elected with the wholehearted support of the labor movement in the US, but not impossible and could be explained, I would hope. But again, that relationship, which might be described as engage and influence or something along those lines, is affected by all the other activities. So if China wants to do something with Iran, which enables Iran to circumvent the sanctions that the US has imposed, that has an effect on the US-China relationship. And again, if that's the most important relationship in the world for both countries, each of them therefore looks at every other foreign policy action that it takes and looks at it through a prism, which asks, what will the effect be on the relationship that matters most, US-China? It's not China-Iran or US-Iran, frankly, for that matter. So in that regard, if you keep that in mind, you certainly should have reservations about what could result from this. But I don't know that you would be, overly worried that China is going to risk the rupture of the US-China relationship in order to import, I don't know, $20 billion worth of oil from Iran that otherwise would be sanctioned. And I think it's important to keep it in that particular perspective.
But the sanctions that we are hearing about that are coming up by the Trump administration against Iran, against Hezbollah, against individuals in Syria and Lebanon. And in fact, we hear also some sanctions against China and Russia if they resume selling weapons to Iran, and the Iranians are in a hurry to get more weapons. Is this not useful for President Biden to have this taken out of his way, that he could build on that rather than be...
I mean, these are lots of hypotheticals, and in general, you want a period of transition to be a fairly steady state process, not one in which there's lots of new initiatives launched. But also, let's just recognize that there are limits to, again, what can be done in those respects in that amount of time. Certainly, there will be a desire to pursue perhaps some additional initiatives in line with what has been done in the past. But again, over time, at noon on January 20th, you have a new president. And if these previous actions were pursued by executive orders, they can also be undone very easily by executive orders. And again, you're not going to do something major that has legislation attached to it, given that Congress is only going to even be in session, I think, for perhaps another 2 weeks. And oh, by the way, I believe that one of the the incoming senators will actually assume his seat prior to the normal new administration. So again, there is an awful lot of rhetoric out there, and we'll see what ultimately is actually followed through.
Would you advise the Biden administration to stick to the reset done by the Trump administration vis-a-vis its relationship, the United States, the U.S. relations with the Arab Gulf states? Because there has been a serious reset and it's been an improved relationship. And there's a lot of fear that the Biden administration will sort of reset the reset and go back to the relationship.
I think it's very hard to aggregate. It's difficult to aggregate the Mideast or even the Arab world or what have you. Again, it's many different countries with many different features. And by the way, it's not the same relationship in that region that existed 4 years ago. The Abraham Accords that were enabled by the U.S. administration with obviously the UAE, Bahrain, and Israel, and now also Sudan, these are very significant achievements. I wouldn't go so far as to say a peace agreement, because again, none of these countries have ever been at war with each other, but again, very, very significant. And they open up enormous possibilities when it comes to trade, technology transfer, tourism, a variety of different, again, initiatives. And indeed, for the Palestinians, it ensured that Israel's prime minister did not annex all or part of the West Bank. So that's a very, very significant change in the context that the new administration will inherit, if you will. And that will affect the possibilities in certain areas. I mean, if you want to sell arms, for example, to an Arab country, the best way to do that is to get the Israeli prime minister, his defense minister, and his ambassador in Washington to support that activity on Capitol Hill, which is actually the case right now when it comes to selling the F-35 to the UAE, is something that I also strongly support. And as you will remember, I have noted that the Emirati Air Force is more than capable of going head to head with the Iranian Air Force if there's some AWACS and tankers provided or something like that. This is an Air Force that is not only proven in combat, and I was privileged to have Emirati F-16s flying for us in Afghanistan, but it also goes head to head at the Gulf Air Warfare Training Center in a way that very few other countries' air forces do. It's the equivalent of the red flag, blue flag process that we have out at Nellis Air Force Base in the Nevada and California desert. So it is more than capable of handling the F-35. And again, it's not going to ever be used against Israel, which is, of course, why Israel's prime minister, defense minister, and ambassador are all fully supportive of this. It would be focused east, where we could use the help potentially if push ever does come to shove. And it also has a very significant deterrent effect as a result as well. So again, the dynamics in the region are very, very different from what they were in the past. Although, as I noted earlier, there will be increased emphasis on, again, support for democracy around the world, support for human rights around the world, and a variety of other climate change, multilateral institutions, international organizations, global solutions to global problems. And all of those will be features of the new administration. I think that they're going to be very obvious.
So I think I have only 10 minutes or 15 minutes. Maybe somebody could give me some idea how long do I have?
You have about 7 minutes, but go ahead.
7. Whoa, then you got to speak a little bit. Then you have to give me shorter answers because I have.
Well, you have to give me shorter questions.
No, I've been very good at this. So listen, General, and I know you want to speak a lot about Iraq, but maybe we can make that very short. But I want to speak a lot about Turkey. With the Biden administration, and let me start with that. Do you think Recep Tayyip Erdogan is going to be happier with a Biden presidency? Because the impression is that he was rather happy with the Trump presidency. And what would you advise Biden on Turkey?
Well, first of all, by the way, I am not by any means a spokesperson for any administration, much less the incoming Biden administration. As you know, I am strictly nonpartisan, don't support candidates, endorse or contribute or what have you. I do, however, know a lot of the people that will presumably be part of the administration, and I certainly know the president-elect very, very well from his different positions over the years, including Senate Foreign Relations Chairman, Vice President, et cetera, et cetera. I suspect that there will be a cooling to the relationship between Washington and Ankara. Again, this is another one where the incumbent administration occasionally turned a blind eye to some of the activities of Turkey. Indeed, made a decision after a conversation with President Erdogan to pull all of our forces out of Syria, as you'll recall, which we did over the next 24 hours, and then were able to put them back in. So the inconsistency in that case was potentially damaging. Beyond that, I think the S-400 issue will be more front and center now that Turkey has actually turned it on and tested it, and that will, again, eliminate any possibility of the sale of the F-35 and production of certain components of the F-35 in Turkey. We obviously have the complicating factors of Syria, where some of our objectives are aligned, some of the others are not so aligned. There are issues elsewhere in the region, in Libya, as well. And of course, the U.S. has done very little about Nagorno-Karabakh, but again, yet another location where there is activity that, again, may or may not find our administrations fully aligned. But I think in general that it will be a somewhat cooler relationship than it has been over the past few years, although I should note that you will recall that President Obama famously felt that he had a very close relationship with President Erdogan throughout much of certainly his first term in office, until over time, I think there were reservations that started to accumulate.
General Petraeus, will countries like Iraq, which you know very well, and Lebanon, where I am.
I'm Iraqi.
I am Lebanese. So this question concerns both of us in that case. Do you think that these two countries will ever be normal before the United States in particular addresses their issue through the prism of Iran, in the sense that Iran needs to be told it's time to let those countries, these two countries, be countries in respect of their sovereignty and stop the interference and stop confiscating the future.
Yeah.
Do you think that's doable? And again, I'm not telling you that you're spokesperson for the Biden administration. It's just that you're so knowledgeable about the region that if you were to give an advice, what would you say?
Well, I think the prospects for normality in Iraq are reasonable. I think there is a very impressive prime minister. He's been very skillful in getting, he got his security ministers approved confirmed first, which was really quite striking. And they're very, very good, especially the Minister of Interior is a fine Minister of Finance, Foreign Affairs, all. So he's got quite a good. He got his the most prominent counterterrorism commander is now the head of the counterterrorism service, etc. He was the head of the intelligence service in Iraq and understands that very, very well. He knows what the United States can provide in terms of intelligence and battlefield enablers to keep the Islamic State down as now an insurgent and terrorist movement, which it has reverted to being after being defeated as an army, and still poses a very considerable threat, as you know. And he has dealt, after a fashion, with some of the Shia militias supported by Iran, and with some of the very pernicious effects of those militias on the political process in Iraq as well. He has acknowledged the shortcomings of his government quite explicitly.
Yeah.
Again, the political nepotism or patronage that is such a feature of the system, the bloated civil service, the ineffectiveness is probably a better term. I mean, the irony that the land of the two rivers cannot provide fresh drinking water to its people, and that one of the top 3 or 4 countries with proven oil reserves can't provide 24-hour power to its citizens is really quite damning and quite striking. So, but there is potential. I think Iraq has enormous potential because of the blessings that it has. And let's not forget, it has changed government after generally free and fair democratic elections now a number of times. So again, I think it has some substantial advantages that could enable this prime minister, who of course is also being quite firm about running the elections that are planned for next year, I guess it is. But so there is hope. Lebanon, I fear that Lebanon's underlying challenges are so substantial and are almost baked in that you have structural paralysis. You now add to that a collapse of the currency, which was a Ponzi scheme for a number of years, if not decades. And on top of that, of course, the massive, horrific, terrible destruction of the port and many of the buildings near it, including the one that you were occupying that day when that explosion took place. Indeed. So, and you have just seemingly intractable issues that divide the 3 major elements of the country, noting that, yes, there is cooperation across lines, and yes, they're not exclusively, again, coalitions of just one ethnicity or sect. So I see a very tough road for Lebanon ahead unless you can have the kind of extraordinary leadership that can both get the people to understand they have to take very tough measures to go forward and have to further tighten their belts after all the privation that they have experienced and damage and so forth. And then also could somehow break through the arrangements that have, for all of their many, many serious failings, at least prevented a return to the kind of civil war that were so terrible several decades ago. So I find less optimism there, I'm afraid, and I hesitate to offer that to someone who is, again, Lebanese, I guess it is, and yes, I'm sorry, but it is I think it's a very, very dire situation, and it will take, again, above all, extraordinary leadership to try to bring together the different factions and pull them out of this situation. And you will know better than I if there is leadership out there ready to come forward and to provide the inspiration, the vision, and the determination that is going to be necessary to deal with a very, very serious set of circumstances.
I'm afraid that I don't see such leadership. I see the good old cartel running the country, just absolutely running it down the drain, basically, and they just won't let go. It's unfair and to the people of Lebanon. It's unfair to the people of Libya, the people of Syria, the people of Iraq, of Yemen. What's going on in these countries is not only the work of the outsiders, but also the insiders in this in most of these countries, if not in all of them. Luckily, we have good stories coming from the Gulf states. They are in a bit more of a normal life than we are in the but I'm hoping that that the Biden administration will take a look at what was done right by the Trump administration, and if it was done right, we'll build on it, because there's a lot of fear that that everything will drop and that there will be an embrace of Iran no matter what. So on this note, I allowed myself to give my point of view. I took advantage of being the chair of this meeting. But one last word to you. I don't want to have the last word, David Petraeus, General Petraeus. Do you want to tell me one thing that you feel good about that the Trump administration left us with, or is leaving us with?
Oh, actually, I think the Trump administration can point to a number of achievements. And in that region, I would certainly point to the Abraham Accords, as I have noted. I'd point to continuing the policy started by the previous administration with some improvements to destroy the Islamic State caliphate. And again, you can pick a number of other initiatives, I think, around the world that they have had as well. Although, sadly, we are seeing a handful of those undone as we hear of the reduction of forces in Afghanistan that is not apparently conditions-based, a reduction in forces in Iraq that will not be as significant, and hopefully not another reduction of forces in Syria.
So I would go now to Dr. Jean-Luc Anthony to thank him for giving me this privilege of having this conversation with General Petraeus. General Petraeus, it really is fascinating listening to you always. I always learn from you.
Shukran jazilan.
Shukran lak. And I want to congratulate you one more time, Dr. Jean-Luc Anthony, for the success of your conference. As we say, inshallah, we meet, we will, this too shall pass. What an honor both of you have bestowed on me. I thank you very much, and I turn it to you, Jean-Luc Anthony. Goodbye, General. See you later.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Raghuda, and thank you, General. In this closing remark, we talked about there being 22 Arab countries, 28 Middle Eastern countries, 57 members of the Organization of the Islamic Conference. If one listened to only the negative aspects of analyses and commentary and insight and knowledge and understanding sharing here, one might indeed leave or walk away with a pessimistic view. But sometimes numbers can be quite instructive here. I mentioned 22 Arab countries. If one starts counting, one can get up to maybe 8 that are in a mess, and that's rounding them off to the nearest even number. Well, 8 is barely a third of the 22. So it's instructive and insightful, is it not, that 14 of the 22 are not going, as the phrase sometimes would have it, to hell in a handbasket there. It so happens that if it bleeds, it leads with regard to the media, television, radio, magazine, and conferences and speeches and videos, lectures, and the like. But what gets overlooked is the peaceful aspect, the stable aspect, the security aspect, where parents this evening, yesterday, and tomorrow be helping their children with their homework, or taking them for a game of football, These are not newsworthy, but these are realities too. So it's a mixed picture, not necessarily balanced. Most pictures are not balanced unless you put them inside of a frame. And this one has a framework that is broken in places, but not permanently broken or scarred. When you look at the larger picture, now you've seen the interconnectivity of the Arab aspect with non-Arab aspects. The Abraham Accords, General Petraeus made a mention of them twice. Also, the Iran factor has been mentioned at just about every session. And then one brings in Turkey again in this case, on top of not just the United States, but the European Union and also Russia and China. So we've had a tour de force there, a cerebral massage, as I would like to put it, where we're all the better off, more insightful, more informed, more analytically keen and sharp, and better laced with understanding to share with others who weren't so privileged as so many of us have been to listen to the likes of the two of you. We're going to bring this to a close, noting to the audience that both General Petraeus and Raghida Dirham are members of the National Council's International Advisory Board. You can see how lucky, fortunate, and blessed we are as a result of that fact, and envious many are rightly of that fact. We will say goodbye to you and look forward to next year, the 30th annual, inshallah, Arab-U.S. Policymakers Conference. And let's not just hope is not a strategy, but all that is necessary, said Burke, for the forces of evil to overcome is that enough good people do nothing. And we have a lot of good people involved in this cause of strengthening and expanding the positive dynamics of the Arab-U.S. relationship. And we have achieved a lot that merits being protected, being defended. And to protect and defend, one of your best protection and defense advices is to deter others to take advantage of a perceived or realistic weakness. You both pointed out strengths as well as weaknesses. We have a lot of work to do, but we're not starting from zero. This vision of the National Council is to place the relationship with America's Arab friends, allies, and strategic partners on as firm, mutually beneficial, and richly and reciprocally rewarding foundation as possible. More than it's been, more than it is, and more than it is likely to be, unless we have enough good people and more like the General David Petraeus's and the Raghida Dirhams to work on this, along with civic society groups. And we hope that we're perceived as one. We're certainly prepared and we're committed. That's a vision. A mission is shorter. One word, education. And you've provided both. Thank you both. Thank everyone. And we'll have the delight to listen to one of our Moroccan singers in Arab classical music as we say farewell and ma salama and alayhi salam to everyone.
يروح يا سلام